What is up? How are you guys doing? Yeah, it's showtime now. Let's see. Is it showtime? Let's take a look. that sexy bitch? Who's that sexy girl? Sign me up, baby. What is up? What is up, guys? To the transparency. Thank you guys for being here. I got a couple more videos. I do have a sponsor tonight. I mean, there's actually no words for it, but again, welcome to the transparency. Here we go. Let me go ahead and put this up there.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lola Brigada, and I am the new spokesperson for a new product called Lana's Bath Water. So this is the pre-bath. I am getting the bath water the bath ready for the Lana. Lana going to take a bath in here. Then we bottle all of the bath water fresh, and then we send to you in a very discreet package. And it is so fresh and bottled here because I know this because I do all the bottling and they wake me up. Oh, Lola, we need more jars, we need more water, we need more bath bombs, we need more coffee, we need, oh God, I can't even sleep. They say, Lola, Lola, Lola. And I wake up and then I have to do all of this bad water sheet. And then, oh, it's a lot of work. And I don't know. We get an order and an order. I don't know what these people do with the bad water. They order it by the case. So then I try to get my cousin Ronnie to help me put the bath water in the little jars. And what does Ronnie do? He drinks the bath water. So then we don't have no bath water. And we got another problem because of Ronnie. And then we gotta make Lana take a 7 baths, and Lana turned a pruny. She got the pruny, really pruny. It wasn't not good. So then I don't know. I think we had to scrap some of the bath water because she was too pruny. It didn't wasn't as potent. So then we get it okay. But I don't know. I'm not gonna advertise about water because I don't have help yet. So if Jews need a job or know somebody that's not gonna drink the bad water, please. Um, yes, call 1-800-BAD-WATER and say you want to apply for the job, and we will be back with you shortly. But anyway, this is Lola Brigida, and this is I'm the spokeswoman for the bathwater of Delana. And I am the new spokesperson for a new product called Lana's Bathwater.
Come on now.
So this is the pre-bath. I am getting the bath water the bath ready for the Lana. Lana gonna take a bath in here. Then we bottle all of the bath water fresh,
I can't
and
stop.
then we send
I
to
can't
you
stop.
in a very discreet package, and it is all fresh and bottled here because I know this because I do all the bottling and I
I
is
can't. I
waking
gotta
me
go to
up
the
all.
bathroom.
Lola, we need more. We need more jars. We need more water. We need more bathrooms. We need more coffee. We need. Oh, God, I can't even sleep. They say, Lola, Lola, Lola. And I wake up and then I have to do all of this bad water sheet.
Cheers.
And then, oh,
Ugh.
it's a lot of work. And I don't know. We get an order and an order. I don't know what these people do with the bad water. They order it by the case. So then I try to get my cousin Ronnie to help me put the bath water in the little jars. And what does Ronnie do? He drinks the bath water. So then we don't have no bath water. And we got another problem because of Ronnie. And then we gotta make a Lana take a 7 baths, and Lana turn a pruny. She got the pruny, really pruny. It was not good. So then I don't know. I think we had to scrap some of the bad water because she was too pruny. Wasn't that important. So then we
Shit.
get it okay. But I don't know. I'm not gonna advertise about water because I don't have help yet. So if Jews need a job or know
I
somebody
thought she
that's
was
not
throwing
gonna
out
drink the bad
derogatory
water,
comments
please.
there for a second.
Yes, call 1-800-BAD-WATER and say you want to apply for the job, and we will be back with you shortly. But anyway, this is Lola Brigida, and this is
Oh shit.
I'm the spokeswoman.
All right, guys, welcome
for
to
the
the
bathwater of
transparency.
Delana.
I had to give a shout out there. That's actually a friend of mine. She actually has a processing service. Like she does, like she lives in Colorado. She's actually not. She actually has stage 4 cancer, and I'm sorry, but like she's been going through a lot, and she's always said that why don't you just sell your bath water? You can make a shit ton of money. And so she decided to put out this video, and so it is a friend of mine. She's going through a lot. She's battling cancer. And the moral of the story, though, is I was put through a lot of shit. This person was put through a lot of shit. And it was all because I had hired her company. I'd hired her company because she lived in Colorado. So I had hired her company to serve some subpoenas that were issued from the court. And so it was done back when did I hire Jamie to do this? I hired Jamie in February of 2022 to serve 2 subpoenas. And Jamie was in Colorado, and there were issues surrounding it due to people wanting to evade service. But at the end of the day, myself, Jamie's company that she owns, we got defamed like you couldn't believe. But what I couldn't believe is that, I'm sorry, but how does anybody in this world, how do you attack somebody that has cancer? I couldn't believe it. I literally could not believe what I'd witnessed. I don't live in Colorado. I don't have family that lives there. I have no ties to Colorado whatsoever. But legit, my only tie to Colorado in my entire life was that I wanted to help the Chris Watts parents and sister, because they were victims. They are like Brian Kohlberger's family. They're victims. Their lives are forever changed no matter what happens because of whether or not Brian did this. But Brian is accused of doing the unthinkable. So, you have people that live across the country, all right? That's my family, right? I have nothing to do with what they ever woke up and did that day, right? And here, that's why I wanted to help, and I will always help. It's my company that I started was a nonprofit called Fight for a Family. Fight for a family. Fight for, can you imagine waking up one day, you went to bed the night before, you wake up, and all of a sudden, you did not do a damn thing. You couldn't have done anything differently, and you wake up to what you wake up to, which is whether or not your loved ones are passed, whether or not your loved ones are involved in something, whether or not they could be involved in something, to the point that once somebody gets arrested, okay, everybody wants to attack the family of the person that did an awful act, or somebody that was being accused of doing an awful act. Regardless, you are considered by the courts, not by me, okay? Not by you, by the courts, by the United States of America justice system, a victim, okay? You are labeled a victim. And that is so important, and it should always be that way because you are a victim. If you want to have a YouTube channel, or you want to just have a Facebook group, or whatever the hell you want to do, you want to deep dive something, you want to report on something, awesome. You will never see me saying, why is that person doing that? Until, okay, you do it in a manner that is not reportive. It is defaming. It is bullying. So tonight I am going to open up the lines because we're going to talk about the IDAHO4 case, whatever questions you guys have. But we're also going to talk about the fact that the internet is a weapon. It is. The internet is a weapon. The internet is so powerful that you could literally have a phone in your hand, okay? You can do so much damage through the internet if you choose to do the wrong things with the internet. It is that powerful. Your phone could detonate a bomb. We are living in the digital world of life. Your kid could be enlisted to go serve our country, and people Google, want to know about your kid, want to know about your family, because you have to go through the enlistment process. And did you guys know that you can take the internet and start hashtagging your name, start hashtagging things about you, start going on YouTube, because Google and YouTube, collective unit, you can do things to take a search engine to the point that I can make any y'all people out there seem like you did X, Y, and Z. I can make it so that you will never get another job. I can make it so that, hey, you know what? You got custody of your kid? Not for long. Watch me. The internet is that dangerous, but it's also that amazing, right? Think about how many people you get to, Facebook and Instagram, and you're like, oh my God, I feel like, I've never met your kid, but my college roommates, I get to see them all the time. I get to see them grow up. I get to see this, that, and the other. Like, you're just loving it. You're like, oh my God, it's just like, I can get in touch with my friends like that. Like, and it's just an amazing thing, right? That's the intention. That was the intention. That was always the intention. But you have to think about whoever created the internet. They ain't no dummy. They could also know that it could be used to do X, Y, and Z, which would be to, create total misconceptions about who you are, about what you do, about who you do, just everything about your life. You can do so many corrupt, manipulative, horrible things. That was never the intention of the internet. Okay. But with that said, that is the capability of the internet. Okay. So much so that I use the Chris Watts case for an example. Everybody was so enamored with the Chris Watts case because everybody was like, oh my God, look at the social media and all these things about the social media. And look at this person's social media. Look at this. So much so that Netflix literally had nobody speaking. Think about it. Nobody spoke on the Chris Watts Netflix documentary. You know that? There ain't a motherfucking person that spoke on that documentary. They made a whole hour and a half, however long it was, documentary of the case. Nobody spoke. They used all social media clips from Facebook, Instagram, whatever, videos that were in people's phones. They literally made a movie based off of somebody's social media. Multiple people's social media, multiple people's phone, like just whatever was in their phone, their data. Let me ask you a question. How many people out there? We got 850 people in here. How many people have ever seen the Chris Watts documentary on Netflix? It's titled American Murderer. How many people? Again, thank you to all the new members. I appreciate you guys. You guys make it go around. So thank you very much so. So we got, I mean, everybody should in here probably have a Netflix account. If not, it's called American Murderer. You know what I love to see? I love to see all the people that have black names. Usually, like they're the ones that are saying no. Everybody that has a green name says yes. Um, at the end of the day, if you haven't seen it, go out and see it. Only because I want you to see the capabilities of how they made the documentary, which was nobody spoke in that documentary except for pre-recorded videos, text messages, like anything that was digital, social media, just news reports, things like that. But there was nobody that even like was the narrator, or I mean, it was literally all done via social media clips, everything social media. So much so that they made a mistake. So much so that when that documentary came out, I had scrolled all the way back to the credits, because I was like, where the hell are they getting this one clip that showed the text messages of Chris Watts with a timestamp texting Shanann? So much so that I was like, that's not in Discovery. Because I'm all about timelines, and I literally was watching it. The first time I watched it, I sat there and I popped up out of the couch and I was like, holy shit, where are they getting this from? Because I have it that text message came into Shanann's phone at this time. Netflix put it out there that it was an outgoing text at this time. So I pop out of my seat while I was watching this Netflix documentary. And I said, holy shit. I said, if her phone was off, okay, if her phone's off, when her phone gets turned back on, that is when all of those text messages that would have been, they call it queued up, like when it was waiting to be delivered once your phone gets turned on. Okay. But to the point that I popped up and I was like, holy shit, that's not what they put in Discovery, because I had the whole Discovery and I destroyed it. To the point that Chris Watts had put out text messages and then they did not mirror each other, but there was reasons for it. But I wanted to know why they went with, why did they go with something that the public didn't know about? The public did not know that. Let me tell you what I mean. I go in my lab, my Discovery lab, and I pull out my binders. I made a huge mistake because I was like, why the fuck am I even doing this? But I was like, hold on a second. If her phone was off, in the documentary, it said when they powered up her phone, they could just power it up. It wasn't that it was dead and it needed to be powered up by plugging it in, okay? But we saw it in real time off of the body cam, okay? So here, I'm over here and I'm like, they're asking him, they see it, this phone never needed to be plugged in. It literally was turned on because it had juice so you could turn it on. So the phone went from being off to then it was handed to Chris by Nicole Atkinson's son. And he does not plug it into the wall. He does not plug it in at all. Okay. The phone turns on and it is said that, hey, yeah, this has a bunch of juice on it. Like it has 50-80% battery. They were talking about it. So much so that they were talking about it. The phone wasn't dead. Okay. Shanann's phone was found in a cushion of a couch, shoved down, allegedly. and brought to the officer. And that's where Chris was, hands it over. It's all on body cam. This phone does not need to be plugged in, and yet it just needs to be turned on because it still had juice. So that means that somebody physically turned it off. It did not get turned off because it died. Make sense? Well, so I go ahead and I grab my binders. And I said, that's fucking nuts right now because, let me tell you why. Because there was a dump discovery that was done by the expert witnesses, which would be, see, this is the shit I'm good with. Colorado's lab took the phones and so like in the IDAHO4 case, they're going to take the phones and then they dump them, meaning you're going to extract all the data and you're going to download it and it's going to come into you're going to get a bunch of files, okay, on your computer. And then you're going to take all these files, all right, and you're going to then put things in chronological order to then supply, it's called a manual extraction of the Cellbrite dump data. And then you supply your report and yada, yada, yada. So I go ahead and I pull this out. And lo and behold, I was right. All of a sudden, everything ends with Shanann's phone at 10:02, whatever. I have all that shit out there. AM. Meaning not that it physically, they just decided to stop talking about it in the discovery that we got. Okay. But in order for Shanann's phone to be on like it was and to be getting these, you guys do realize it's called timeline. So if I call you or I text you or you do anytime you do an outgoing command, it takes a timeline transaction up in your phone and it gets labeled a number so that you can have it in order. So this is going to matter with everything that's going on with Dylan's phone, with Bethany's phone, with the victims' phones. Like, this is my jam stick. Give this to me. Like, I will destroy it. I want to see this. That's why this is what I want. I want all of this data. Okay. Because I literally was on a couch watching something 2 years later, and I was like, that's not accurate, or somebody's lying. Take it however you will. Either we were lied to in the discovery or they're lying to us on Netflix. I don't give a shit. Take it for what it is. I'm telling you that right now. Them's the facts. So Shanann's phone was on. So then I said, who turned her phone off? Because that house was allegedly locked up. So who turned Shanann's phone off to the point that when you found it, it should have been on? Why are you turning it on? It was on for it to get the text messages and the phone calls all the way up until 10:06. And then they stopped then the discovery that we got, they're like, we're not going to give you any of this. But the timeline transactions picked up at a point. Let me show you how sick I am. I did a whole Excel spreadsheet on it. But the timelines then pick up at a point that you're going to be missing the gap. So I can break it all down on how I figured it all out. But bottom line is that I figured it out. And I was like, this is all whack. If the house was locked up from the inside out, who got in the house to like mess with anything to the point that you're turning off the phone? Well, then there was something during the documentary where one of her friends had landed and then decided to text her. And you know when you text somebody and it says, I am driving right now and I will text you back when I get to the location that I'm getting to, blah, blah, blah. So it's like an automatic like response, because once your car or yourself or your person realizes, because your phone's that smart, that you're going over like whatever miles per hour, it thinks you're driving. So blah, blah, blah. And therefore it sends an auto reply. Okay. Well, this happened at the same time that Nicole Atkinson was driving to the doctor's office to allegedly get the information that Shanann did not show up to her doctor's appointment. So everybody out there that wants to talk about and hate on my involvement with the Chris Watts case, my involvement with the Chris Watts case was simply digital evidence that I said, blah, 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 blah. Here you go. You know what I mean? Like, this is XYZ for the family. Just like I plan on doing with all of these 4 families if they want that help. Bottom line is as much as my talents allow me to remember dates and times, like I have a photographic memory. It is what it is. Trust me, as much as it's amazing, it's also a double-edged sword. Your brain doesn't shut off, things like that. But it is what it is. Shanann's phone had to be turned on. That means somebody had to turn it off because it wasn't dead. All right. And in the beginning of the day, when there's all these text messages coming through and all these phone calls coming through, I said, where's Nicole Atkinson's phone call? Where's Nicole Atkinson's text messages? You know where they were? They were in the bottom of the queue. Okay. And I said, well, wait a second. She said that she texted at this time, this time, this time. They should be staggered all through up and out her phone. Let me tell you something. If my friend's missing, the first thing that I'm doing is I'm calling them and I'm texting them if I'm supposed to meet up with them. Like, that's what I'm doing. But then I was like, wait a second. Where's her mom or her dad calling Shanann? They called the school before they ever called Shanann. So how do they know that Shanann is missing? Who told them that? And everyone's like, oh, because Nicole Atkinson told them that and Cassie. And I said, okay, what time? The school was called at between 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning. The phone calls to the school were at 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning. Why would Shanann's mom call the school before she calls her daughter? But I'm a bad person for saying that. No, I'm just asking a question. I'm making people like get fucking Goddard or get Primrose start talking about what the hell happened. Has nothing to do with time zone. Anyways, everything's in when you break everything down, you can break everything down into the universal time zone, which depending on where you live, it's either before or after you. Bottom line is that I was right. So much so that a woman by the name of Jane Fisher, look her up, took on the case to appeal it, to do Chris's appeal. Does that mean I support anybody? Fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. That means I was literally investigating and looking into this case and I saw something and I said, this can't be right, because if her phone was off, then nothing would come through and they would all come through at the same time that you turned it on at the time of when Chris got the phone and pressed on, and then everything would come in and at the same time and like shotgunning it. But that's not what happened. So her phone was on, the house was supposedly locked up, but yet a friend that messages her gets that auto response, which makes it seem like the phone is driving. And it was at the same time that Nicole Atkinson was just at the house and left, which I believe with the phone, like I would do. I would take the phone. I would have taken the phone too. Somebody shut off Shanann's phone because Shanann's phone was on. Chris is at work. And all I said is just tell the truth. whoever shut it off, well, guess what? That would mess up your case because it's the same type of thing with the IDAHO4 case. How in the world are you going to sit here and say that Brian Kohlberger did something, but now you have to account for all of this time that anybody could have been in that house and have done this? Nobody called 911. 911 wasn't called until this time. So if you don't think that everything digitally is important, it is. It's number one important. So much so that I broke it down to say, why are certain things being done in certain ways? This is all like the digital shit should show us a lot. And it will. You're going to have to answer just like in the Murdoch murder trial. You're going to have to answer to this. If Dylan's phone took X amount of steps, Dylan, I thought you were sleeping. Same thing with Bethany. What did you take 270 steps in your room and walked in a circle? Do you have a treadmill in there? Like, what's going on? All of these things. But the bottom line is if somebody is so guilty, in my personal opinion, nothing should ever have to be sugarcoated. Nothing should ever have to be, it is what it is. Like, it should just be hitting you in the face. Or if it's not, then every human being out there should reserve themselves, should pause and say, why isn't this making sense? I'm a mess. Where was the coroner until 5 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon? Church? The bodies had laid there. She wasn't allowed in. 100%. That's all that it was. I've never heard of such a thing. I've dealt with cases. I've seen unredacted discoveries. Okay. Your coroner gets the call. They show up. It is what it is. But, oh, wait, hold on. You can't come in yet. What the fuck is that? That's not true. Anyways, so anybody out there that the reason I wanted to start off this episode this way is because if any of you guys have an issue or see a defamed, ridiculous, bathwater seeking human being who I am in civil litigation with talking about me in any type of way, it is defamation. It is not accurate. And the thirst is real. But I'm going to sit here and tell all of you guys, like I've always sat there since day one, until I've talked to Chris Watts. Have I ever asked to talk to Chris Watts? No. I was like, oh God, let me talk to Chris Watts. Get the fuck up out of here. No. Not in the slightest. I don't know. Can you tell? I'm not some fucking fangirl. A woman that was best friends with Cindy Watts. When you, I can't control other people. I can't control other people. And when you want to lie to people, if that's your gig in life, awesome, great. Well, I'm in the boat of my evidence is always going to be my evidence. Is Chris Watts guilty? Fuck yeah, he's guilty. Fuck yeah, he's guilty. Anybody that would ever sign their name on a dotted line that said they ever harmed their children is a fucking coward. If they didn't harm their kid and you're going to sign to that type of a deal, have you lost your mind? As a parent, you don't do that. You don't even do it to protect your other parent of the kids. You don't say you harmed your kids unless you harmed your kids. Guilty. Get it? Now, did Chris Watts act alone? Me personally, Colorado needed to brush this under the rug because this was a case that they did not want to take to trial. Period. But any man out there that doesn't protect their children, doesn't protect their wife unborn baby, whether or not you think it's yours, whether or not you don't, whatever it may be, you're a fucking coward. Okay. I don't care what type of abuse you could be put through. You have the option to speak up. That is an option, folks. Oh, but she abused me or she did this. Then why would you take the deal? Why would you ever take a deal? Hearing that he killed Shanann because she killed the kids, okay, prove it. Because I will tell you this, the evidence that I have supports not that that happened, but that shit was going down on both ends. Okay? Shit was going down on both ends. That's the evidence that I was able to, that the narrative that we have, you guys, that is not what happened in the Chris Watts case. But does that mean he's innocent? Fuck no. Fuck no. Does it mean that they're protecting somebody that was a victim? Absolutely, that can be it. Okay? Bottom line is that I am so not attached in some like weird way. I have digital evidence that supports X, Y, and Z. I can show that the cops didn't do their job to the point that they manipulated evidence in the Chris Watts case. I can legit prove it. Took it to Colorado. Jane Fisher, David Fisher, an amazing firm, the best in Colorado for the job. Barry Morphew, is he walking on the streets right now? Yeah, that's Jane Fisher. That's who he had civilly. That's who was repping me in my PPO in Colorado until Vanessa Walsh and Melissa Jade and Valicia Berry and Andrea Powers and all y'all, James Angelo Rosakis, all y'all motherfuckers from fucking Unmasked called legit Jane Fisher up to talk all, and I have it all. It's all in my lab, in my discovery lab. And it's just so funny to hear, why would she need Jane Fisher? It's a simple PPO. It's a simple PPO? Then why are you making such a big fucking deal about it if it's a simple PPO? Fuck you, Melissa Jade. You ain't shit. You are a liar. And you have 100%, what do they call it? Oh, committed tortious acts against myself, my child. He's a minor. That's a felony. All you motherfuckers. Y'all are crazy. All because what? Because you guys lied about an Oxy video that I called you out for, that I didn't even call you out for. You lied this whole time. Unmasked lied about all their production. That's what this is about? That you would come after me? Thirsty. Crazy shit. I think Bill, yeah, absolutely. Barry could have killed her. Not saying he didn't. 100. What I'm saying is my work earned the respect of a very reputable firm and very amazing. Like, these are really good people, to the point so much that I wanted to start a nonprofit organization to help people that didn't have money. Can you believe that? Can you believe I wanted to start an organization to help people that did not have money? I wanted to start a mini innocence project, but I wanted to do it a different way. I wanted to help families that did not know how to navigate the criminal justice system to help a loved one that would be in prison wrongfully, according to them, we'll go ahead and we'll sort that out. But if you believe that your loved one was wrongfully convicted, and which, let's be honest, guys, the African American population, I'm sorry, but people targeted them. That is what it is, and I don't believe that that's okay. I don't believe that anybody should be targeted. But so much so that I don't see color, I don't see sex, I love you if you are an amazing person. I love you for who you are. I don't look at you and think that, oh my God, you're a boy, or oh my God, no. If you're amazing, you're amazing, and keep being amazing. So I've never seen so much hate to wanting to help people as I've ever seen of this dynamics. And trust me, I get emails every single day because of some checkmate humanity twat and whatever the fuck bimbos out there wanting to make videos that lie about who I am, and them having, oh my God, well, I can't support her because she did this, that, and the other. I didn't do any of the sort. They're using the internet to defame, to interfere with my custodial relationships, my contractual relationships, my privacy. I mean, you name it. They're committing hella civil, like, it's insane. And see, I'm really good about, just block somebody and you don't talk, you know what I mean? Just leave. But it got to the point that people were calling my landlord back in the day saying I was selling drugs. And he was like, you got to go. It got to the point of people contacting to interfere with my custody of my child. And so much so that I am in a custody battle, which I was never in a custody battle ever, like as much so as this guy that's a midget that keeps evading service. And I just keep thinking to myself, wait, what's going on here? Wait, I want to help Sheldon Jeter Jr. I want to help Davon Cox. I want to help Jamie Brown. I want to help Lindsey Pardon. I want to help all these people free of charge. And people that love true crime to the point of that they can be empathetic and they put themselves in the shoes of the victims or the wrongfully accused. How could that possibly make you feel some type of way that you would go and commit civil torts against somebody to impede on their civil rights? Calling business associates, calling Scott Roeder to say don't work with, calling ABC, NBC, CNN, you fucking name it, to say, do you know that she was Shazam? Y'all didn't even know who the fuck Shazam is or what that's even about. You can't find Shazam out there because I put Shazam out there. Can you? Can you? No, you can't. It's because Shazam didn't exist until y'all exploited the fuck out of a private conversation that y'all spun into some crazy ass shit. And even though you did that, I still went straight to Sandy Rusick, Frank, and Frank Jr. to say that if they were in any way hurt, offended, however I am so sorry. Breaks my heart. They don't even know who the fuck I am. But yet they're out there suing a bunch of people, and I ain't one of them. You know why? Because I never talk ill about anybody. I bring the facts. So much so that my channel is a place where y'all can come and you'll be protected, because the moment that someone talks shit, you get the fucking boot. It's that simple. We don't put up with that shit. You can disagree with my position or my opinion all day, and you can disagree with anybody out there all day. All day. But you're going to do it respectfully, and you're going to behave like adults. But the moment that this, any type of, that's our job, that's our duty as a channel creator. You know, you can't have some cesspool. And if you allow that, then you're guilty of, like, you don't deserve to be able to be online, to allow a place to have hate, to allow a place to, for people to bounce off of each other, okay, and gang up on other people. I made some community posts because it's that important, okay? So much so that I'm a very strong person, and I'm a winner. I'm an athlete. I played 2 Division I sports at the University of Cincinnati. I started as a freshman for the golf team, and I played on the women's basketball team, which was a nationally ranked. We were in the top 16. My sophomore year was the best year that Cincinnati's ever had, attendance-wise, and our record. And I tell everybody, I think it's because of me. My roommates played soccer at the University of Cincinnati. We were so close. We didn't like this type of shit. Like we don't. We went out all the time, had fun. Like we practiced our asses off. We partied our asses off. Like that's just, we work hard, play hard type of mentality. But I can tell, looking back and looking at everything, is I have to give Cincinnati credit because they recruited amazing kids from amazing families. That's part of, so I coached high school sports. That's part of the process, is that if you want to build something, if you want your environment to be an environment that's desired and you want to be part of it, you need to start from the top up. And so I just want to say, if this ever reaches, my alumni people, that the University of Cincinnati did it right, because all my years that I was there, I had the most amazing experience. I traveled to Hawaii. I mean, you name the state, I was in it to play a sport. It was just an amazing, surreal experience, okay? And I know that a lot of people don't ever get that type of experience, and I'm very grateful and humbled for it. And I thank my parents every day. As much as I practiced my ass off, they were the most supportive people to take me to and put me into all that shit. But looking back at it as an adult, so 20 years ago, I was 20 years old, right? I'm 40. Can you believe it? I'm 40. Fuck, I'm 40. But now I'm 40. So I look back at it and I'm like, you got to give a high five to every single one of the coaches and the staff at Cincinnati, because there was no fear of like people harming us being, they all went out and recruited really good people from really good families. You just didn't allow assholes on your team. And guess what? We were really fucking good. You're not putting and hanging banners up. You're not winning 30 games in a season. You're not going to the Sweet 16. You're not, we were good, but we were also really good people. And that's because of how we were raised. Really good families. So, hell yeah, Tanya. Girl, you love to talk about yourself. Cut these lives way down from 3 hours. Girl, the live isn't about watching on replay. That's why you're here right now. Hell yeah, I'm talking about myself. I'm trying to explain to people that if you're going to support me, you should know who you're supporting. You shouldn't be supporting people that you don't know. So absolutely, Tanya. How about this? Why don't you take the link and show your face? Bet you won't. And I have no problem calling out people. You can call me out. At the end of the day, I don't claim that I'm perfect, but God damn it, I do try hard. Sorry, GD. My effort's there, my attitude's there, and I have like amazing friends in the support system. But what about the people that don't have that? What about when you bully the people that don't have what I have? What about that? What happens then? Because that's the moral of the story. The moral of the story is what happens to the people that when you do this shit and they're not like me? Because I'm going to beat every single one of you guys in court. It's going to happen. And guess what? I'm doing it pro se. And I'm going to love every single minute of it. You want to know why I'm going to love it? It's because I'm going to be vindicated for all the shit that you've said about me. The lies, the defamation. I have no, like, not a smidget of like, oh my God, what if they bring up this? Not a fucking ounce in me about it. So much so that I'm going to show my last court hearing where I took on a woman by the name of Jennifer Zimmerman. I'm not an attorney, but you know what? I'm not a fucking moron. And I have the truth on my side. And I have Lana, myself, on my side. And I got a little bit of a brain. And I'm going to work it. I'm going to use my brain. I'm going to use the 60,000 pages of discovery that I've spent a year getting together to the point of not just that they're wildly everywhere, but to the point that I know each witness that I call, what I'm asking each witness, what expert witnesses I'm calling. You tried to imprison me. You've tried to take my child away from me. You've manipulated evidence to the point of physically printing off subpoenas and acting like somebody delivered them to your home. You've gone to police stations to say that I was and tried to file charges on me for sex crimes. You've told people that I've poisoned your animals, and I live in Ohio and you're in Denver. The reason that I am talking about all of this is because people that I care about, that I've come to know from the IDAHO4 case, are being attacked by you fucking mental midgets. These people don't even know anything that has ever gone on, but they are being attacked. My live chat is being screenshot and shared. That's monitoring. That is a form of stalking. That is menacing by stalking, you fucking dipshits, with a telecommunications device, which is a fucking misdemeanor, depending on what your fucking record's like, could be a felony. Get your fucking bullshit the fuck up off my channel, because I will protect every single one of my 35,000 people. That's what leaders do. They protect, they lead. That's what moms do. I'm a mother. Thank you guys for the super chats, by the way. Lana, remain. Yes. Ugh. See, I need a doctor in here. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Studio. Ooh, Studio. I love me some Phil Collins. I'm going to eat them up and spit them out. All of them. And I can promise every single fucking one of you guys that is a member or a subscriber of this channel, promise me that if you see something, you say something. You do not be like them. Because if you are engaging, you're part of the problem. We are adults. Think about this. When you go to a party or you go to a bar and you don't like somebody, you don't fucking walk into the bar and say, oh, I fucking hate so-and-so. No, you just like you walk to where your friends are and you hang out with them and you don't even mention the other people, whatever. So I want to know why anybody would ever come in here or anywhere that's like a place, you know what I mean? And say, I don't like so-and-so. Or start talking shit about somebody. Like, it's just like, it's wild to me. It's like, what, like, do you need some social help? Because I think you might. Okay. It just amazes me. But I am not going to stand by and watch anybody that feels that they are being targeted. Like, it's wild. It's wild that you think that you can watch my live chat and at Father Snuffles, James Angelo Rosakis, who refuses to take service. I've tried to process serve this dude since July of 2022, who is the fiance and boyfriend and business manager of Vanessa Walsh from Unmasked. He has been evading service since July of 2022, July 20th, when he felt the need to say that he was going to eat my kid and shit. The fuck out of here. So much so that let me tell you what they did. They used this little fish and this little troll and other people to illegally obtain my Facebook group chat that I had with moms that wanted to volunteer to help fight for a family and myself with Truth and Transparency. So this was a work group, chat. It was also my intellectual property. And these him-hoes legit, this one woman decided to give her password to her Facebook account and her username. Give it on over to Valicia Berry, Aunt Lala, and Shift Happens. That's Jessica Mauser or some shit like that, whatever the fuck her name is. And so that they could then enter into, because they would be like, we would think it was Stephanie Cooter. So here we got Stephanie Cooter, we think looking at messages within my chat where we're discussing crime scene photos, helping families, discussing all this, everything that has to do with, we got Lindsay Pardon, we got all this stuff that's going on that has nothing to do with anything that would ever have to do with somebody's, channel other than my own. I mean, Fight for Family, the nonprofit, all this stuff. And you got people sharing stuff about their lives in there. Like, you got 10 women that are moms that are like 35 to 70 years old. Okay. You got grandmas in here. And you have a woman, possibly maybe more, I mean, whatever, that gave Vanessa Walsh's associates access, as in Shift Happens, Aunt Lala, James Angelo. They were watching my every move from December of 2021 to present day of when I realized stuff. So I toyed with them from March to May of 2022. And put things in the chat to send them on wild fishing expeditions just because I can do that. But point being is who in the fuck would do such a thing? Who would the fuck ever do such a thing? You got this fucking dude that you guys do understand that that's stalking, menacing, to then take information and disseminate it to the point that it's a lies. You're putting out lies. If you know something that you say is not true and you put it out there and act like it is because you're disseminating it and you're putting it out, whatever. And I said, wow, somebody is going through some serious fucking loops and bounds to try to pull literally all of my friends, my besties away. I said, we got ourselves a rat. We got ourselves a rat. And I said, I can't believe that one of these moms would ever do something like this. And it all started from the fucking Chris Watts case. To the point that I didn't realize that I was a business competitor of Unmask True Crime. I didn't know. They can't even fucking floss my fucking teeth, let alone tie my fucking shoe straps. But I guess we're competitors. Okay. You guys can play JV and freshman basketball all day, but you're not my competitor. I'm way no offense. But yeah. To the point that you're using streetwalkers and hookers to try to come at me and come in my DMs and send me nudes and then go ahead and have a sex scandal against me. Yeah, can you guys believe that? Girl fucking threw it on the table. Bunch of them just coming at me. Her name was Melissa Jade. Didn't know her from a fucking clam in the vault. Like, whoop. She threw her nudes at me in the DMs, unsolicited. And within 11 days, I blocked her. And I said, hey, thank you for being in vanish mode and being a hoe, but this has got to go. And she was working with Father Snuffles and James Angelo, same person from Unmasked. And then they created a sex scandal panel on Natasha Cooper's fucking bullshit. And went out to the world and out to these creators and said that I was blackmailing all these women, that I was making people, if you wanted to mod for me, you had to send your nudes. Yeah, can you believe that? That's what the fuck she was telling these people. The fuck out of here. I said, I couldn't even believe it. Like, I'm laughing right now because I could not believe it. Yeah. And she went to, I think they may be in here. Red Kim's in here and Crafton are in here. But they went out there and tried to say that I blackmailed them with their nudes. I said, whose nudes? I said, what the fuck? I said, no offense, but I don't give a fuck about your nudes. I don't give a fuck about you. You know that song? Stupid, stupid bitch. I ain't fucking with you. Come on, girl. There's a million motherfucking things that I'd rather fucking do. Yeah. Oh, this is real. You guys want to see a clip of it? This is real life. So much so that I got my kid in the car and I'm driving on Memorial Day, Memorial weekend. Me and my boy. I get a phone call and they're like, "Do you know what's going on right now?" I said, "What?" I'm driving. I have no idea what's going on. They're like, there's like about to be some panel. I don't know, but people are saying like you're doing all these crazy things to them. I said, what? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Natasha Cooper is on some panel right now, and she's accusing you of being a sexual predator with 16 victims. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Sexual predator? I said, somebody's calling me a sexual predator? Yeah, sorry, boss, but yeah, they're calling you. And I said, yeah, you gotta be kidding me. I said, I can't even believe this. I said, where is this? Oh, it's on Natasha Cooper's panel. I said, who the fuck is Natasha Cooper? Exactly. So wait, so check this out. Check this out. I said, who's on Natasha Cooper? They said, well, Melissa Jade. She's about to take the panel. I said, take the panel. Yeah, Melissa Jade is about to tell the world that you have, because Natasha Cooper is saying that there's these women that have come forward. I said, women have come forward for about what? What do these women have come forward about? That you've like violated them in some type of way sexually. I said, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I said, what? I said, get the fuck out of here. No way. Cheers, by the way. I didn't believe it. I was like, wait, what? This was May 27th of 2021. Sure as shit. She sends me this link and I tune in and I'm going to show you guys a clip of it. I'm going to show you guys a clip. And I said, what the fuck is this right now? I said, I'm not understanding how this even is like, what's going on? Lana, take the link. Lana, take the link. Lana's not taking any link. I don't even know. So lo and behold, all these people do this. Checkmate Humanity. Melissa Jade, Natasha Cooper, Kim Kaufman. Who else was? Nina Narrates. That's Vanina. Ludovica Bibiani. I don't know Allie Erickson's role yet, but I have to throw her out there because she was involved in some capacity. And who else? Andrea Powers. And then there was like this, like, I don't even fucking know. None of these people matter. And I just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. And so I thought that that was like enough. You know what I mean? I thought that I was just like, okay. Well, during this production, when they're saying that if we were to come forward, Melissa Jade's like, you are blackmailing us. And if we were to come forward, then you would put out all of our porn on the internet. I'm like, porn on the internet? I'm like, what? I don't have people's porn to put out on the internet, but okay. So the next thing I know is I get a phone call and are you Rocket Man? I said, no, Elton John is Rocket Man. Rocket Man. No, Rocket Man. So I said Elton John is Rocket Man. They're like, no, there's some account that just was created that's called Rocket Man, and it just released a video clip. I said, of what? They're like, I don't know. Somebody's claiming that that's their porn. I said, their porn of what? They're like, I don't know. Somebody giving somebody head. A girl's giving a guy head that they put out on the internet, meaning YouTube. They made an account called Rocket Man, and they just released this porn in real time on this account named Rocket Man. And I said, fuck out of here. I said, no. First of all, I would never have any account named Rocket Man. No offense. But of course, my mind goes into thinking, like, I was like, this is a multiple person attack. This is not just one person. It's multiple people. This is a very organized attack. And this is a hate crime. And I said to myself, well, no wonder why Melissa Jade was throwing her nudes at me day one. This has all been planned from the beginning. I didn't even know that broad. Who the fuck sends anybody? I don't even know who the fuck you are. You slip into someone's DMs and you say, hey, you said to slide in your DMs and blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, that's just like a, you know. And then she's like, being, oh, God. Needless to say, I wake up the next morning and she says, Akuna Matata, and pops her top, sending nudes. And I said, girl, you need some help, but that's besides the point. Point being is that I went ahead and I get into the mode of thinking of what in the hell is going on and why would this be happening? And I said, well, they think that they own Watts Island. Because all I did was start up a mock trial to show how the trial would have went for Chris Watts. I started up a mock trial. Like if I was to start up an IDAHO4 trial, a mock trial, that's what you do in law school. You have mock trials. And so so I had a mock trial of the Chris Watts case with because I have the whole discovery basically memorized. And it was with the police officers, it was with witnesses, things like that, just so everybody can get a clear. That was my way of being able to show the work that I did in the Chris Watts case in a way for people to be part of it. So if you're like one of my members or if you're one of my subscribers, hey, do you want to roll in it? You could be, you could be one of the jury people, you could be one of the witnesses. And I opened it up to any and all other creators to be part of it. And so it was. But that's what caused all of this was because, so much so that they decided to do all this. And when that wasn't enough, they then tried to befriend me. Yeah, can you believe that? So here we go. I want to take you guys and I want to show you something here. This happened to me on May 27, 2021. But I had to be in Pennsylvania to do Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s case on June 1st. So I totally did not like I put all of this on the back end and I was in trial. You have to like shut your phone off. Like, so I was in as many days as I could be in that courtroom, beginning June 1st until June 23rd. June 23rd. And Sheldon Jr. was set up and he was found guilty of a murder that he did not commit. And that is one of the families that I'm helping with the Fight for a Family nonprofit. While I was spending so much time in Pennsylvania, because I was traveling a lot, driving back and forth, I get to know all these families in Aliquippa, and I love all of them. They're amazing people. And I promised them, I said, if you want my help, I need X, Y, and Z. And the most important thing that I need is I need the discovery because that's the only way that I can help you because that's the only thing that I'm good at. Besides being like a good friend and a good support system. But if you really want my help to make it so that your son and your nephew and your cousin and your grandchild to come home, I'll sign whatever you need and I'll do whatever I can to help because I know that he was set up. I just need to be able to prove it to a lawyer that will take on your case. And I developed such a good bond with Sheldon and his family that they let me in. They were getting calls left and right. Lindsay Pardon's family was getting calls left and right. With lies, defamation, ridiculous. I was asked to be part of Penn State's from the Criminal Justice Club. They asked me to be a guest speaker with Sheldon's appellate attorney and Jamie Brown's appellate attorney, which I did. I was part of that in December of 2021. I had a big event in September of 2021 to raise money to bring awareness to the community that, we're not going to let this slide. We're going to fight for Sheldon. We're going to fight for the truth. And I knew a lot of the truth because I started working on the discovery in August of 2021. And when I was doing these things and promoting stuff in September and October and November and December of 2021, I already had a bunch of information to the point that I was ready to turn over a lot of stuff to Scott Roeder to do a reenactment for Sheldon in the shooting. This is also the Rachel Del Tondo case. If you guys know that name, Rachel Del Tondo. So I'm, and will always be doing real life, but while I'm helping these families and victims and helping people, being a mom, quietly I was like, I'm going to get to the bottom of what happened to me with that sex panel. I'm going to get to the bottom of who tried to set me up and who tried to ruin my career and who continues to try to ruin my career. So at the beginning of November of 2021, I get this guy, James Angelo, coming into my DMs again for the second time to ask me to be in hey, sign an NDA with me. Get the fuck out of here, sign an NDA with you. Why? Like, who says that to somebody? Anyways, it was November 2nd of 2021. And I was like, why do you want an NDA with me? I have nothing that you want. I don't need anything from y'all. And at that time, when James Angelo had slid into my DMs, I knew who the fuck he was. I knew that he was Vanessa Walsh's business manager from Unmasked, because he had already told me that from the first time that he messaged me in May 31st of 2021. I never responded to the first time that he reached out. And then he reached out in November 2nd. And he said, I said, do you have receipts on whatever you want to talk about? He said, no, I don't have the receipts. You have the receipts. I said, yeah, I always have the receipts. I said, but you have nothing that I need or want. And he said, come on, with your cases. I said, unless you have judges in PA, I mean, that's the only thing I need is like judges that aren't going to be racist and biased and stuff like that. And he's like, no, I mean, like, to promote your cases and stuff like that, like to make you like documentaries and stuff like that. I said, I can make my own shit. I'm good. And he's like, come on, it's not enticing at all to want to get into an NDA to hear what I have to want to talk about. And I said, well, I have a question for you are you still with Unmasked? Like, what's going on over there? He's like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes. I said, I bet there is. At the end of the day, I signed this NDA, and he's like, what do you have on Teresa Steffens? I said, what? I said, that's your co-host of your fucking show of like Unmasked. She's like, your fucking co-host. And yeah, but you don't understand. She's a fucking snake, and she did this and she did that. And I said, I don't have shit to give you about Teresa Steffens. She doesn't talk about you guys. Like, she loves Vanessa. That's like a sister to her. She loves that channel. Move on. Like, you're barking up the wrong tree. No offense, but I'm way too into myself and what I'm doing to talk about a goddamn thing about your guys' behind the scenes shit. I just started laughing. I said, this is what the fuck you want me to talk about? Like, wait, what? Like, what type of man comes to a woman and says, what gossip do you have on Teresa Steffens? I was like, I don't have shit on Teresa. What are you talking about? Can I have all of your messages with Teresa? I said, what? Yeah, Vanessa will make videos for all your cases. I said, get the fuck out of here. I was like, I don't need Vanessa to make cases. What the fuck? I said, are you insane? I couldn't believe it. I literally couldn't believe it. I said, what? I said, wow. I said, yeah, no, I don't. Teresa, yeah, I was like, yeah, move on. So, then the next day, I'm in the DMs with Vanessa Walsh herself. And, oh, by the way, Melissa Jade, she's over there thinking that, oh my God, Lana has a permanent protection order against Vanessa. She can't talk about her. Oh my God, why isn't she getting handcuffed? Hey, Melissa Jade, you have a true crime channel. You might want to know what your fucking First Amendment rights are. Okay, honey? Because I get it that you think the world's flat and fucking shit like that, but your First Amendment rights don't get fucking violated when there's a PPO out against you because somebody committed perjury to get it in the first place. But at the end of the day, I can talk about whoever the fuck I want to talk about. There's nothing against any laws about that, for the record. So just move the fuck on, you dumb fucking cunt. Yeah. Go buy some carrot cake from 7-Eleven and sell your panties at 7-Eleven. But you mentioned my kid again, and we're going to be talking about that all in court, Melissa Jade, and all the shit that you've done. But how does somebody have a true crime channel and think that a protection order has anything to do with somebody saying the word Vanessa? Oh my God, Lana get arrested. Lana's going to get arrested. Why has anything happened to Lana? She's saying the name Vanessa. What? So Vanessa then hits me up and she's like, oh my God, will you get an NDA with me? I want to talk about the Barry Morphew case, blah, blah, blah. And oh my God, and blah, blah, and blah, blah. And I'm just like, y'all are whack. You all are whack. Y'all are whack cray. Whack cray. So I told Teresa, like, I was like, holy shit, man. I don't know what's going on right now, but I have a bad feeling that you're about to get blamed for a lot of shit. They're coming for you. I don't know what's going on, girl, but I don't want no part of your guys' mess. I got, like, this is like, dude, woo. So I just, Blockville. Next thing I fucking know. Next thing I know, I said, hot damn. I said, that little fucking weasel came to me on May 31st wanting to get an NDA. Now he comes back in November wanting to get an NDA with me. They've talked so much shit about me, but yet they want to do business with me. I said, you know what? I think it's time for me to go ahead and PI my own case. Let's get to the bottom of who the fuck set me up as a sexual predator. So I take about 3 to 4 to 5 weeks and I PI my own case. And I was like, holy shit. I said, Unmask is behind all of this. I said, these are all these little fucking trolls that are fangirls of that fucking channel. I said, I can't believe this. I said, you got to be kidding me. So Melissa Jade gets on a live to talk about all this stuff to embarrass the fuck out of herself. I said, wow. I said, okay, well, they literally tried to ruin my career, my life, everything. So I start putting out the truth. So in December, I start doing lives about, and I put together this whole timeline of events that lead up to the sex panel. And then I put out what happened after the sex panel. And then I interview a couple people from the old Unmask squad because they had come to me and they said, Lana, this dude is, he's fucking crazy talking about Father Snuffles. And I said, why? What's up? He went to I'm married. He went to my husband. He went to my husband's work. He sent them these nudes. He's blackmailing me. I had to get a PPO on him. All this stuff. And I'm just like, what the fuck's wrong with all y'all? Like, I was like, this is insane. So I have her on my channel December 29th of 2021 to tell her story because she had been through so much shit. And I said, wow, like, tell your story. Well, I'm over here like making sure once somebody says something to me, like, Justin, say what you got to say, but I'm going to go and find out. Like, I'm not going to let you fucking talk your shit. So she had told me this story and I was asking a bunch of questions on my live. Maybe I will release the live, or like I have all the videos all in like a playlist. Maybe I'll release it one day. But she was saying all this stuff to me and she's like, listen, we start, people's tires were getting slashed. And I'm like, what? She's like, you really don't know anything about this? I said, I have no idea about any of this stuff, nor do I want to know. I don't want anything to do with it. You know what I mean? This is wild. Y'all need therapy. Y'all need help. Y'all need a life. Like, this is sick ass shit. But I did feel for the girl because she was a victim. But I said, I want to go and make sure that you're not lying. So guess what I do? I get myself in my vehicle and I go down to discount tires because she had said that James had bought these tires from Discount Tire so that this one girl wouldn't get a PPO out on this other girl and just wild shit. And I was like, I wanted to see if she was being honest. So I get in my car and I throw on my my live camera and I take all my viewers and I go to this discount tire place and I say, hey, my husband's cheating on me. I can't believe this bastard. I said, I think he's buying his girl some fucking tires and shit for Christmas. So I say, I think he's buying his girl some tires for Christmas. If I give you his name, can you look it up? Like, and Discount Tires is just like, oh my God, love. I can't believe it. Oh my God, love. Like, and I'm just like, I go undercover just because I want to know if this girl is lying to me. So, and they're like, so I put on like a Emmy award winning performance and they're like, yeah, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? Da-da-da-da. Start pulling up all this stuff and they hand me everything I could ever imagine under the sun. And I was like, holy shit, this really happened. I was like, oh my God. I was like, holy shit. And I was more concerned with like the dates of stuff because they were talking about that people were cutting deals with each other, whatever the hell. But I knew what I needed to be like, I can't believe this, you know. And she's like, but let me tell you something. He's over there saying that he bought the tires because her daughter, the daughter goes to school. Lana, she is homeschooled. And she's like, why would James Angelo buy tires for some broad? And I'm like, yeah, why would he? It doesn't make any sense if he has nothing to do with this, right? So, and I agreed with that. I was like, yeah, why would he buy some broad some tires if he or somebody else, like if they didn't want to like, and the deal was I'll buy you tires if you go put a PPO out on this girl. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? So I find this out, reveal it on my show. This was December 29th. But my PI skills, yeah, just amazing. I was like, here you go. This is it. Here, like, yeah, y'all are crazy. And I was like, what is all your connection with all this? They're like, we were all the moderators for this channel. I said, wait, what? She's like, yeah, we were all either VIP people paying all this ridiculous money or we were moderators. And I said, y'all were moderators? He's dating the channel host, like the channel owner? Yep. And he was fucking in our DMs and we were all sharing nudes. And I said, wait, what? What is wrong with y'all? And she's like, we didn't know that he was with the channel owner and and he was telling us all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, y'all are crazy. But then it got me thinking about this whole nudes thing in my case. And I said, unfucking believable. I said, that's so interesting. I said, who would ever have this like nude debacle? And then all of a sudden I have some scandal against me that has to do with nudes at the same time that y'all are doing all this diddle fucking around. I said, well, isn't that interesting? So then I PI'd my case. And I said, wow. I said, you know what? I need to take another look at my case with the new information I have. Next thing I know, guys, this is what happened. Shit you not. Ready? Here we go. I'm going to share something with you guys. So that was on December 29th. Then on was it January? It was Martin Luther King Day. So was it January? I don't know, 17th, I think, 19th, something like that. This is what happened. Check this out. Ready? All right, here we go.
What's up, Vanessa Walsh? Vanessa Walsh from Unmasked just did this to me and my son. I'm going to wait for everybody to get in chat.
All right, so this is what happened to this is the video that happened. I was live on January whatever Monday night with Martin Luther King Monday. And I was live, and it was a planned live that I had planned for a couple days out, and it was to discuss Nicole Kessinger and her role in the Chris Watts case. And so this is what happened on January. I think it was whatever the day Martin Luther King Day was. Okay. Ready? Whoopsies.
The nature of her name and raising her right hand, all that crap. Do you know where my client went to college, Miss Jade? Okay. Were you ever in a relationship with my client, Miss Jade? When you talked to my client for the first time, when was that again? And that was right before, that was like May 10th-ish area, Mother's Day of 2021. Did my client already have her website and nonprofit Fight for a Family when you started talking to my client, Ms. Jade? Yes. Were you a member of Fight for a Family? Were you a website member? No. So you were not. Were you a member of a YouTube channel? I don't know. Did you, Miss Jade, have a YouTube channel when you met my client? Miss Jade, a couple questions here.
The screenshots from the moment Natasha came into the picture. Now, keep in mind what Natasha has said. up until this point. That she turned on, well, first she turned on me because she found out I was talking shit behind her back.
Okay. A couple questions here, Miss Jade. So, by your admission here, if this can help jog your memory, was my client in a relationship with Allie at this point when, you're having this conversation? How did this conversation come up again? Isn't it true that my client told you? Let me ask you this question. Did my client ever tell you that she was talking to anybody else ever? Yes, she did. Did she ever tell you who it was? No, she didn't. So you did know that there was somebody else in the picture in her life. Maybe multiple people, but you did know that there was other people conversing. Yes. Okay. After my client told you that,
Don't deserve to be accused for things you didn't do. Okay?
you made. So we have actually no idea how many times you actually did talk to Miss Cooper on the phone, or anybody else for that matter. Any other phone calls you were making. Is it possible that you talked to Ludovica Bibiani? Is it possible? Is it possible to talk to, Susan Smith? We actually do not know who you talked to on the phone during the time of all of this. Is that correct? Now, you claim that you don't, Ms. Jade, that you don't like to get involved with quote unquote drama. And that you tell Allie, quote unquote, Natasha Cooper has a lot to tell you. Does that sound like drama to you? Okay.
Objection, speculation.
Okay.
Let me rephrase that. Why did you tell?
Was in your favor. Okay? So own up to what you did the same way I owned up and I apologize to you for ever getting on that panel. And you're still sharing, allegedly, apparently to Mandy, you're still sharing my news.
So during your live here, you wanted to then spread more allegations against my client by saying, of course, without any documentation or proof, quote unquote, in the middle of this unfiltered truth, the unfiltered version of your truth. You want to stop here at 1604 in your video to spread more allegations against my client. Isn't that correct, Ms. Jade? To say that she is spreading your news, even after this whole thing has gone on. July 10th. Did you receive proof of this? No.
Nope.
So do me a favor, stop denying it because the person you shared it with is on panel right now. And that's really disgusting. But you don't deserve to be accused for things you didn't do, okay? And just wait to the remainder of this live, and I'm here to clear your name of things you're being accused of also. So just wait.
Get the fuck up out of here.
All right. So this really isn't to try to fight. This is really just to get our truth out there and how it unfolded for us. So as you can see,
Then why isn't Allie talking if it's for us, by the way? So this is what was going on in my lives. I was breaking down the sex panel that happened to me. And I was showing this.
I was like, nah, my name is not even being dropped, nor am I partaking. I don't want my shit being talked about. Again, I don't want my shit being talked about. When Natasha went forward, it was in regards to the lewd situation.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to show you guys this is because the reason this all happened is because this woman went to Natasha Cooper and said that I was blackmailing her with her nudes. And that Ludovica Bibiani that I was blackmailing this woman, and then I guess 14 other people. Come to find out, it was the whole damn unmasked team that was alleging this against me. So I said, I'm going to prove it all.
What? Truth and transparency. What?
Look at my teddy
Say
baby.
hi.
Look at my teddy baby. Aww.
Say hi. Say, this is my new detective.
My baby.
Mm. Say hi, guys.
Oh, let's see. We
Huh?
got so much stuff here. Mm.
Is I went ahead and I, for the first time, watched a whole episode of
Now this is how I broke
Trauma
down
and
my
True
case.
Crime.
This is how I broke down my case. So,
And it was the episode that she did revealing her and Vanessa Walsh's Talks to Teresa, the quote unquote.
So this is Checkmate Humanity. He used to have a channel called Insomnia and True Crime. I don't know. I think she wants me to have her baby. I can't birth her baby. But she does like a bunch of singing videos, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Welcome to Insomnia and True Crime, where we GSD. Ha ha ha. We have that.
Okay. So I had to like literally PI the shit out of my stuff. So I had to watch an episode of this woman so that I could get the information. Okay. Because I needed this information. Legit had to watch this woman Checkmate Humanity because she put out all of their text messages. And so I needed to get all this information. I was like, somebody please fucking shoot me. Okay. Check this out though. Like, this is what I had to do to get my fucking life back.
About her last night. I didn't see the video of her playing her song until I had recorded my whole Yeah, I'd rather not text about it. Ha ha ha. And then Vanessa says, how late are you up? I can call you in a few. LOL, you can call me anytime. My hours are screwed up. Friday, April 6th.
Right here, this was interesting to me. This comment right here.
10 a.m. Natasha is dragging Unmasked on a live right now, in case you want to know. I haven't figured out why. More drama. Let's talk when you have a minute. Figured out why now. Something Dr. Hill did in a live chat. Dr. Hill came in to deal with it. I'm pretty sure Angela is a big pot stirrer. Let's chat when you can. Friday, April 16th, 4:03 p.m. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. So Angela told me yesterday that there were dogs at the house. I wonder if that's where Tasha got it. That lady is nuts. Sorry, Angela, but you remember that conversation we had, Angela. I was a little. Tasha have had a friend call Angela as a neighbor of CW. A is extremely impressionable, and this happened very soon after she rushed over to become.
Do not respond back to him. Now, now this right here is gonna blow yo minds. Let's see how Vanessa Walsh and James Angelo think that they're going to play the fiddle. Blow my trumpet.
I'm taking them to I'm in a huge civil lawsuit against them.
Drama. And she says, have they done anything since together at all since they split? And I say, not that I've seen, but when Chris went live with Karen and Salida, he said, thank you, Mike. I love you like a brother. Now it's fully 2 weeks later, May 31st.
2 weeks later, out of the blue, supposedly. Not really, but here we go. Check it out. Monday, May 31st at 11:29 p.m.
11:29 p.m. Heart, heart, heart. I'm just laying in bed, working on random stuff, just checking in to see how you are. Tuesday, June 1st, 9:06 a.m. I'm doing okay. If this was in response to the video I made last night, I get really sensitive seeing people I like encouraging people I have called out as abusers, and that's what I saw last night. It triggered me so much, it made me realize I don't know if I can work with other creators because I get so sidetracked by that stuff. It's a big weakness in me. I don't even know if I could have mods, so I'm so dang sensitive. I'm going through a pretty tough family betrayal right now, so my hackles are up. Anyway, I've been meaning to talk to Snuffles about it, but that's where I'm at. I really want to work with you guys, but I'm a mess, and I put friendships above work relationships because I don't know if the work relationship can pan out. Does that make sense? Tuesday, June 1st, 11:08 a.m. Yes, I definitely understand. I was hoping we could chat later today, not about business, happy face. I had some other stuff to talk to you about. And then I say, sure. And then Vanessa says, and yes, we think a lot of you and I care about you as my friend. So I was worried. I'm disgusted by the entire thing. There are many sides.
Vanessa's right here saying that she's disgusted by the entire thing with the whole sex panel thing. Now listen to this.
Sides to the story and so many people being exploited. And then I say, I don't see it as a story with sides. I see one bad seed that I and many others have identified as an abuser who verifiably posted someone else's porn and is on a predatory retaliation rampage. There's no side to that in my mind, no matter who else is involved and what other creators' channels are affected. Anyone who supports and encourages that enables an abuser in my mind until my misunderstanding is corrected, but I don't know who else. I don't know how.
And now, mind you, this is Lynn speaking about what she thinks is the truth. Okay. Lynn thinks, because this is real time. This is June 1st. Okay. June 1st. And this would have been after, the sex panel. And then Natasha going live a couple days once she found out that Melissa Jade was lying to her. So here we go.
else to see that. Tuesday, June 1st, 3:26 p.m. I want to say that if there are other people in the situation who have crossed that same line as many times with as many people in plain sight, I am not aware, because I'm a relatively new creator, but I don't see what Elle is doing as normal creator on creator drama that calls for the normal mob play among subs and mobs and supporters. This is way beyond that, but I'm a super biased and I'm willing to see that. Tuesday, June 1st, 8:07 p.m.
Who writes all this shit to
Dylan has
people?
Dylan
Who
Tallman
the
on her
hell
channel
writes
right
all
now,
of this shit?
and he let it slip that they don't have the lawyers anymore.
And so this is what I don't understand, Lynn. I told you guys on March 26th that Jane Fisher and firm
MJ right now with
she is making this declaration right now because
many comments I've been bombarded with from
oh my god, to
Le-
the moon. I didn't realize you could.
if you decide to stay on, we would probably
Oh God,
do a
listen to
show
this.
in Spanish because the huge is happening.
Listen to this.
Okay, I say. Active in 2 different chats, including yours.
Do voices.
I do.
Come on.
Shut the fuck up.
Donate it and please tell me why Aunt Lala is obsessed with you. I don't know. All these people are obsessed with me.
Dude, I had to
but they
sit
think
through this
I'm
shit.
obsessed with them.
I had to sit through this shit and get all of this. I had to write all this shit down.
Dude, you guys are all part of Lana Lunatics. Everybody's gonna get an L and L. We're gonna start getting patches out like they do for like the Girl Scouts.
So that I can distinguish these 2 voices. Those 2 people being me and this imposter.
Father Stuffle.
Hey, this is Man Candy. LOL, see? I watched some of your content, see? It has a different vibe from us. Wanted to run something by you. Message me back when you get this. And then I say 3 days later, May 19th, 2021, 5:12 p.m. Got it. Sorry. I'm not a big Facebook user. Are you on Twitter? If so, I'll follow you and we can DM there. And then I send him my channel link. He says, I don't have any other social media, Shay. LOL. I'll get you with you after this live is over. And that was while a live was happening. Okay, I say. May 19, 2021, 6:30 p.m. Okay, Shay. Here's something long and somewhat generic explaining what we're doing, Shay. Let me know if you have any interest or not, Shay. Shay. We're going to be talking to people that have some shows on Unmasked, kind of like Teresa's, but you wouldn't have to do them live. We have an online calendar, so you could just update the calendar on when you want to drop your videos, so no one is overlapping. We would take 25% of the revenue from views, but because of our algorithms and subscriber amount, you would end up getting way more views than you would running a smaller channel. See?
Okay, this is really important for me and you guys to understand. It's really important. YouTube is very algorithmic. Okay, so you guys are getting referred to watch videos. Okay, because they're hashtagging my name, my YouTube name, Fight for Family, you name it. They're hashtagging it so that therefore that when they make a defamatory video that may be 1 minute or 50 minutes or whatever, that's how YouTube works. The hashtagging. And when you associate and you click on people's videos, then YouTube starts recommending videos. Okay. So what these people did, all right, when they reached out to me and I was like, y'all are crazy. I want nothing to do with you guys. Y'all have problems. But more importantly, I saw the bullying and then I realized that this Unmasked channel, holy shit, they set up this damn sex panel. Okay. To the point that I can prove who's Rocket Man. Okay. You see, that's the thing. I didn't get used for clout. I had 4,000 subscribers. No, they knew that I was just about to come on and just wreck the stage. Like it was like, I didn't get you. How are you going to use? They had a 120,000 subscriber channel. Why the fuck do you even care what the fuck I'm saying or what I'm doing? Right. No, This was because you have to ask them. But the way that YouTube works is you can do the @ symbol, and that means that all of a sudden you're going to like be funneled this way. So this was they saw me as a threat, as they should have, I guess, but not like in a McDonald's Burger King way. Like I'm just a true not in a way that I'm doing anything illegal, not in a way that I don't. They came for me. They sent their goons at me because they claimed Watts Island due to the unmasking NK is my only. I mean, I have no idea. I can't speak for them. But to the point that I go to court because this himho says that I was stalking her. I said, we're living in some wild world right now. I said, wow. To the point that this woman wanted to contact my ex-wife to help her gain custody of my kid, full custody. Oh, so that I would not have any custody of my child. And then proceeded to lie and get a PPO and then say all these things. And, I'm just like, this is crazy. Like, I cannot even believe that this happened. To the point that I had to sit down and literally revamp my whole life. I lost my job. There's a lot of things that happen during the course of this. My benefits. But what I couldn't believe is that the court system, how the fuck does the courts fail me? Well, how the hell would you feel if you were on trial for murder? I'm over here pissed about being falsely and wrongly accused based on this broad went to the lengths to legit make evidence, take pictures of it, and then say that this is what I and others did to her. And they allowed this evidence in a courtroom without the physical evidence. They allowed pictures, and I'm over here objecting. Like, what the fuck are we doing? I object, Your Honor. I don't even know what's behind that picture that's right in that. I don't know what these papers even mean. I can't see anything, and we're just allowing overruled. Overruled. You're going to suck on my titties, overruled. Because you're a damn lie. This is insanity. This woman has fabricated and just made a shit mockery of the justice system that I actually believe in, so much so that I started a nonprofit to help people. And she's going to take your Colorado statute and do this? Y'all look like fucking fools. If you're going to take your 30-year career, you might as well shove it up your fucking ass, because I'm about to prove that you as a magistrate fucked me. You committed misconduct, and I have you on record and record, and that you then deleted the motherfucking shit. What fucking magistrate, okay, Googles somebody before they ever have a fucking trial against this fucking person to be the fact finder of this person? That's misconduct right off the rip. Russell, number one. Number two, I fucking objected to all your crazy ass shit, and you just sat there to overrule it with bullshit. My first time in a court ever representing myself without a laptop, without a damn fucking thing in my fucking arsenal. Okay? Because who would ever think that someone's going to get a lawyer, spend $10,000 to go in there and lie to get a PPO? Well, they fucking did it. And I said, this has got to be the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. I said, this cannot really be happening. So much so that I went to the strip club after it was. So I said, I'm just going to fuck up the whole goddamn game. I said, I'm going to fuck it up so bad that I may own Broomfield, Colorado by the time I'm done. Yeah, I think I might own Broomfield, Colorado. But I had to sit here and listen. Wow, the owner of Unmasked told Lynn lies to come after me. Okay? I had to sit and watch all of these dumb fucking hooks talk about God knows what to be able to sort out life. I have a life. Okay. I am not a criminal. I have no criminal fucking background, nothing. Run your checks on me. All you troll channels, clip channels, run them. You can't find it on me because I am not a criminal. I am a smart motherfucker. And I say mother really big. I am a mother. I said, do they really want to fuck with me? Wow, they really want to go to this length. So much so that she then filled out, she had her lawyer fill out paperwork. Get the fuck, to say that I poisoned her dog. I live in Ohio. I don't even know what Oxy looks like. That I gave her dog Oxy. Bitch, get the fuck up out of here. You've lost. Oh shit, we're gonna start a criminal investigation on you. I said, for what? I poisoned a dog? How do I poison a dog? I don't live in Colorado. What the fuck's wrong with you people? Oh, well, I said, well, what? Here's my geolocation. Here's my phone. I'm in Columbus, Ohio, celebrating life. Like boats and hoes and jet skis and shit. I said, oh, I know why. I said, because I'm in this appeal and I'm about to own your town. I said, I get it. I get it. I said, why me? Yep. She said, she said that I poisoned her dog. I said, wow, how do you poison a dog? I live in Ohio. I'm in Ohio. Yep. She said, I gave her dog Oxy. They put it in a citation and they tried to get me arrested. They tried to extradite me. I said, you guys, you can't make this shit up. I said, this is crazy ass shit, right? I said, get the fuck out of here. I said, you can suck on my titties. You don't even fucking know. When that wasn't enough, guys, wait for it. So I'm preparing to go to court. And I'm like, oh my God. She's over here writing. Look, listen what she's saying. Listen what he's saying.
Kind of like 75% of 10,000 is better than 100% of 2,000. We also have avenues, groups, and places, where you can advertise your show. Most importantly, because we have other content being pushed out on a regular basis, and the algorithms would still remain high on, and you.
Oh, Chris, 100%. But it was also yeah, I'm going to get into that part. That comment right there, I'm going to get into a lot of that. You guys. But we're going to enjoy
YouTube
this.
would still push your videos, even if you took
Listen
a
to
long
this.
break and didn't post for a while. We are going to be treating Unmasked more like a channel and less like a show. We want to host multiple shows, which everyone would end up benefiting from. Pretty much.
Oh, that's so funny because that's what I was doing. Wonder where they got that idea from.
A one-stop true crime channel. We intend on getting huge, we are going to get a European to do European time lives, and are considering getting someone to do a show in Spanish because a huge amount of Hispanic ladies that were true crime.
Oh my god.
Not pitching any of the small Watts creators also, by the way, just you, because your show has a different style. And then I say, sounds very interesting. I have questions. So let me know when you're done and I'll put them together. He says, think quite it down, so shoot. And then I say, when would I start? 2, what is the video frequency
They were
requirement?
hiring
3,
checkmate.
would I get to post a video on my own channel as well? 4, will Unmasked promote the video the same way it promotes all of its current content? 5, how many channels do you plan to include? 6, can you tell me which other channels you plan
How
to include?
fucking
Sorry if that's
embarrassing is
aggro.
this?
I did PR for a living. So it's in my blood. LOL. 7, is there a contract period or is it like an at-will type of thing? And then he says, Shay, 1, it already started with Teresa So, Shay. We would have some dead time to hash everything out. Probably need a week for details. But after that, it would be up to you. 2, no requirement. But we would want a somewhat consistent date for the content, because if people like your show, Shay, they'll want to know, Shay, when they can tune in to watch it, Shay. 3, no. It would be a conflict of interest if you were just using our platform to drive traffic to your own channel. 4, yes. The amount of push we would do would likely be the type of content your video.
Okay, so I want you guys to hear enough of that because it's crazy. But the bottom line is that so I go to court. I go to court in Broomfield. Okay, here we go. I go to court in Broomfield, and I want you guys to hear some of the testimony that happened in Broomfield. So here you guys go. So don't say I don't treat you to a good time. And I get it. Like, who the fuck wants to listen to her voice? I understand. I wouldn't be here either listening to this. But if you want to understand the story, then you're understanding the story. But let's see here. It's what is this? All right, here you guys go. Check it out. Welcome. Welcome to what I went through.
Thanks, folks. Go ahead and have a seat. And if we're having some productive conversations, why don't you continue to have them, or would you like me to step out of the room?
Your Honor, I think that they are not particularly productive.
Okay.
Okay, so this is I go into Broomfield. This is what I walk into. So this is the hearing. She said that I was stalking her. Okay. She said that I had said I was going to kill her and stuff like that. I don't even know what the fuck. I mean, it's just insanity. But this is literally what I walked into. I walked into a courtroom, and then I was pulled out of a courtroom by her 2 attorneys that she got the day before our hearing. So I flew out to Denver, and then I was told that, hey, we have to come back because they're asking for a continuance. And I flew out there for a fucking a protection order against somebody that lives a fucking across the United States of America. And I was like, objection. Like, hey, I've objected to this shit. Like, this is burdensome. This is a financial burden that's to nobody. Like, I don't even know this fucking broad. And well, they get technically to have a a continuance. I said, what are we continuing? I said she came with evidence at an ex parte. She had an ex parte in order to get the fucking protection order. What do you need? You have the evidence that she originally came with to get the motherfucker. Okay. So she had a continuance. So she asked for a continuance. I said, objection. I said, yeah, I object to this. I said, I just flew across the country to come here to defend myself where there's not even like jurisdiction. You don't have shit on me. Okay. But she did not have a lawyer until the day before because she saw that I was in town and motherfucking needed one. I said, so why are you making me fly back out here? She already supplied the evidence. Like, allegedly, that's why you gave me an ex parte. So what do you, well, there's allegedly more stalking. Well, that would mean that I violated the order, which does not get heard in this courtroom. So your violation that you're alleging is improper because that would be that you take your happy ass and go file for a citation of that. Did you file I mean, what the fuck? But that's not what happened. In fact, they thought they were doing me a favor. They're saying, oh, Miss Oriani, you can just pick the date when you come back here. I said, excuse me? And she wants to go out there and tell the world. She wants to go out there and tell the world that she said, I gave her time to go get a babysitter. Sit and motherfucking spin, you lying bitch. Period. And that's my First Amendment rights. I'm allowed to call anybody I want a fucking bitch. You are a liar. And you committed perjury. Here it is.
All right. Well, folks, last time, there it is. Last time we were here, I was very hopeful that y'all would be able to settle this. Not that I mind. I actually love trial work. That is my passion. That's the reason that I went into the area of law. But when we're dealing with people's lives in just a civil matter,
Imagine that.
it just seems like these are matters that can be solved. I'll remind everyone there is no recording of any kind, audio, visual. That's very important that we have one record for court.
Right there, she said it's really important that we only have one record. She deleted the last 4 minutes of the official record, gave me a copy that was 4 minutes less, gave Vanessa a copy that had 4 more minutes on it. Also, this Aunt Lala, the drunken troll, traveled from Texas in a snowstorm in a piece of shit beater, traveled here and parked her ass in the gallery. Check it out.
And that be the transcript of court proceedings. So at the end of the trial, you may order a copy of that transcript if needed, but that will be the record. So Ms. Oriani, you don't think there's any chance of being able to resolve this outside of the trial, huh?
I was hopeful to resolve things outside of trial.
Okay. Do you want a little more time to talk?
I also just want to file a motion here to dismiss the temporary order.
Well, that's what we're here today to do.
Yeah, I just had a support brief. And they told me that I could turn it in here today.
Well, you can. When am I supposed to read it? We were scheduled to start 18 minutes ago.
I actually tried to file this a couple different times with the e-file and then actually in person. And it said that it wasn't the right format. So I went ahead and made sure that it was in the right format.
No, I'll take it, but I'm not going to consider it. It's not timely. So for the record, this has been filed. It's filed 18 minutes after our scheduled trial.
Your Honor, to the extent that is uploaded onto the online filing system, I request that it be uploaded as suppressed. It contains very confidential information about my client that would not normally be publicly available.
Then it will be put under suppressed. I'll go ahead and just mark it.
She didn't even ask me what I had a response to that. That's not even true. This is so sick. But watch this shit. You guys
And the
want to
record
see?
will reflect that this will not be considered
Yeah,
as
Russell.
not timely.
You deleted the official record.
All right, Ms. Oriani, I just want to say that this is one of the reasons that I was hopeful that this could have been resolved since we were last here, only because of the difficulty in representing yourself. Should you have chosen to get an attorney today, that attorney well-versed in the filing of things,
I just explained it. I
and
tried to
in
file your
state as
filing
opposed
wasn't
to
working.
out of state. And we're about to start a trial, and I need to tell you that the rules of evidence absolutely apply
You're goddamn right they
in this
applied.
courtroom. And
Let's go, girl. Let's go. Let's do it.
I am fearful that you are not well versed in those rules and are going to be frustrated. You sure you don't want one last opportunity to talk with counsel before we get started today?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have one preliminary matter to address.
Okay.
Your Honor, something happened last night that I believe constitutes contempt of the court's
Listen to this shit.
228 order regarding attempted service upon Ms. Walsh's daughter, and also a violation of the protection order in general, but more specifically of the court's order. And there are two people here who are witnesses to that. We did not have an opportunity to subpoena them, and so I'm requesting that the court order them to stay in the event that testimony is needed on their behalf. One is Ms. This happened last night at around 5 o'clock, and so it just wasn't possible for us to subpoena them.
Listen to this shit.
And I would be happy to address the contempt matter up front, or because
Well, you haven't filed a contempt, and it's going to be contempt outside the presence of the court, so that's going to need.
Thank you. So then why the fuck was this ever continued due to them saying that we've gotten wind that Lana has committed numerous violations of the temporary order, so therefore she's in contempt of the temporary order between the 2-week period. Well, did you put in a like you hear what she just said there? So why do we have a continuation the first time? Well, because you're allowed to, because everybody gets one continuation, Leonor. Okay, well then why should I have to travel back here and spend all this money where you don't even have jurisdiction over me, because you guys do not have Ohio long arm statute. But I was determined to, after she served me live on a broadcast where thousands of people saw it, to defend myself against these fucking lies, the perjury. So you just said that this is not proper. She has to file outside of it. We're not going to discuss contempt. Okay. So watch this. Listen to what the judge says, and then listen right now to what her lawyer says. Listen to this. This is insanity right here. She was not truthful. This is not the truth.
To follow the contempt path. Now, or if these are two witnesses that you wish to present, are these?
Yes, Your Honor, but this event didn't happen until last night.
Sure. But if they are somehow relevant, I don't know. If relevance can be established for them to be witnesses in your hearing today, in the trial today, then I'm going to order that they stay.
Yes.
Could I have both names, please?
And so she's in the hallway to avoid being around a bunch of people. Perhaps she could just come in to hear the court say that, and then both of them.
I wanted you to come in here briefly. I understand you're not feeling well, and I appreciate the courthouse, okay? Additionally, the court is going to enter a sequestration order for any and all witnesses. So let me go ahead and take your list of witnesses, counsel.
We only have Ms. Walsh, who I believe is permitted to stay.
Okay, and Ms. Oriani, who are your witnesses for today?
There's no witnesses for today.
Okay. Do you want to testify?
Nope.
Okay.
Why would I testify?
Also, Your Honor, I would like to make it known that there was a party in the gallery that has made threats on my life that's actually here watching. And she goes by the online name Aunt Lala, the Drunken Cupid. And her real life name is Alicia Ferreira.
Ms. Oriani, how is that relevant?
I just want to know that somebody that's in the courthouse here is a public figure.
Wait a second. How is this relevant to me telling you that somebody has threatened my life and that they're in the courtroom? Miss Oriani, how is that relevant? I'm just making you aware that somebody that has threatened my life and who I now have a 3-year protection order against, me and my minor son, how is that Honor, I am just letting you know that you said this was not going to be a circus. And so therefore, can you get the trolls out? Like, what's going on here? I just cannot. How is that relevant? I didn't say it was relevant to the case. I said it's relevant to my safety. The fuck is going on? Subject jurisdiction matter. I couldn't even believe it. Listen to this shit.
To report for YouTube and who's not made.
That's absolutely who's in the gallery is not relevant unless they're a witness. I'm not going to have the circus in this courtroom today. This is going to just be about the elements of the protection order in the state of Colorado and whether this court makes a finding by preponderance of the evidence to satisfy that. And I'm not going to get in. I know y'all have talked a lot about this blogging. I still don't even understand it. So we're going to keep it as simple and as basic as possible. That's what the law is supposed to be about. So
you would think.
With that, ladies, I'm going to excuse you as witnesses and. You're not, the sequestration order is you're not to talk about the case out in the hallway either. So talk about the weather and the Broncos. I don't know that you're Bronco fans. I don't think you're from Colorado, but there you go. Talk about shopping and shoes and fun stuff. Puppy dogs, kittens. I actually heard a report that people that will take a look at those 60-second videos on their phones of kittens actually have a better or a higher success people at your table.
Jennifer Zimmerman and Sydney Dolan appearing on behalf of petitioner Ms. Vanessa Walsh.
All right, and Ms. Oriani, go ahead.
Yes, Lana Oriani, pro se.
Thank you. Under Colorado Revised Statute 1314-106. To summarize, if at the hearing the magistrate finds by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent or the defendant, in this case that's Ms. Oriani, has committed acts constituting grounds for the issuance of a civil protection order, and that two, unless restrained, will continue to commit such acts.
They redacted this themselves.
Or acts designed to intimidate. Okay, preponderance of will continue to is tipped ever so slightly. Okay, you may.
Okay.
Now I'm not going to consider it until it is made relevant.
Understood.
That's how it goes with all evidence. Every single piece of evidence needs to be brought to the court's attention and pass that relevant standard before considered. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Walsh, I want to start out talking about something that happened last night. Can you tell me what you were doing last night?
Objection, relevance.
I was in my home, actually preparing stuff for today.
And did someone come to your door?
Yes. Friends of Miss Oriani.
What did they do?
They were driving up and down the street, which is why I noticed them in the first place. Really slowly, like they were looking around, pulled up in front of my home, got out, took pictures of my home, banged on the front door, and left something on my front door.
Did you at some point open your door and see what it was?
Yes.
And what was it?
The subpoenas for my husband and my minor daughter.
Did you see the car that the people were driving in?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
It was a dark blue BMW. It was X5. And
And did you see the person driving it?
yes,
Who was the? What did you do next?
well, my daughter was home. She was upset, so I called police.
And did you at some point log on to the internet?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't understand the relevancy of what two people that, I don't understand the relevancy of this.
Your Honor, I'm laying foundation.
All right, these are foundational questions. I'm going to ask you to maybe speed that up. Ms. Zimmerman, I appreciate this, but I know who Ms. Walsh is that she is the plaintiff, but we're dealing with no foundation so far.
Right.
Go ahead.
So was
When
that
you
sustained?
logged onto the internet, what did you see?
I saw Miss Oriani on a live and had stated that she was going on a mission on live.
So Ms. Oriani
Objection, speculation.
was broadcasting live. And can you tell me again what Ms. Abeda said?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
That's hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to the impact on Ms. Walsh.
Still hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. What I believe she said is that she was going on a mission.
Okay, so check this, guys. Check this out. Okay. You guys, I call it right here. I say objection. I mean, first of all, this is all about still relevance, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's hearsay. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, what do you? I wasn't speaking to you. You were watching me on a live. It's hearsay. So she calls that out, right? But for me, it was like, what is the relevance of this? Okay. So I'm over here, like, I just can't even fucking believe that this is happening. Okay. But check this out. Check this out. Listen to this lawyer basically testify for her clients. Listen to her say what I believe she saw was, and I'm just like, the fuck is going on here? Listen to this shit.
Your Honor,
What it relates to is
Okay, listen.
what it relates to is the
and had stated that she was going on a mission on live.
So Ms. Oriani was broadcasting live. And can you tell me again what Ms. Abeda said?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
That's hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to the impact on Ms. Walsh.
Still hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. What I believe she said is that she was going on a mission.
Your Honor,
What it relates to is
She can't
what
just
it
tell you what
relates
she
to is
thinks.
the fact that she was essentially stating on a live video from her own home that she was going, while in the presence of Ms. Oriani, that she was going to Ms. Walsh's house.
So why isn't that truth of the matter?
How about facts and
Because
evidence?
she's not, it's not that she was going on a mission. It's that what Ms. Oriani is stating is that she doesn't know these people. That's literally what she said. And she was staying at Ms. Abeda's home.
All right. Ms. Oriani.
Your Honor, I never stated that I did not know these people. I worked to counsel, and I talked in the private room, and it was about not having this hearing because she was going to charge me with contempt, and I felt that she was trying to intimidate me, potential witness in this case.
No, I need an
I already told
objection
you what I
to
objected
the
I object to the relevancy of this, and me being on a live stream at somebody's home, I am not in charge of another person, and I had no idea.
objection's going to be overruled for
It
that
can't be.
reason.
It can't
I'm
be
going to
overruled.
admit it, not for
You-
whether or not, in fact, the person
Wait,
driving by the home, but
do you guys hear how cut up this is? This is the one that's on the channel. Like, this is not the real audio, but I'm doing it on purpose so I can have this before it gets deleted. But this is the cut up version. This is not the truth. Listen, this is why I'm showing this. You can't disseminate something and cut out. It's chopped.
solely for the purpose that it associates both people together. And
You-
that is the
How
only
can
reason
watching me in a
that would be
live
admitted.
associate two people together? The fuck are you
So
talking
I'm going
about?
to direct the court's attention to what we have identified as Exhibit 10G. And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh, did you take that photo?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
Miss Walsh, did you take
This
that
is
photo?
Venus on my door.
And when did you take that photo?
Right after they left.
What
Is
time?
that a true and accurate representation of what those photos were?
All right, take your binders out. She said right after they left. Right after they left. Write that down, guys. The answer was she took that photo right after they left. Okay. Now this is how the fuck you cross-examine somebody.
Yes.
Or what those papers look like?
Yes.
Your Honor, I request that the court admit Exhibit 10G into evidence.
Ms. Oriani, do you have a copy of 10G?
I'm actually unable to see it because this isn't loading out. It's and that's 2 pieces of paper. Correct. What's the piece of paper underneath the other paper?
I'm just asking if you object to this photo being admitted based on what Ms. Walsh said it was.
Well, I can't tell what the second paper is, so it's Mrs. Walsh's interpretation of what the second paper is.
All right, no, that's,
I don't-
that objection is overruled. 10G will be admitted.
Now, and actually, Your Honor, may I just stay up here to go through a couple of exhibits with Ms. Walsh?
Sure.
Okay, now I'm directing the court's attention to Exhibit 10H. Did you take that photo?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
That's Sophia and I can't tell which one that is. That is, thank you. That is the subpoena for my husband.
And is that one of the
My
papers that was included on your door?
Yes.
And did you take that photo last night?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate representation of what what the paper on your door was?
Yes.
I request that the court admit Exhibit 10H into evidence. And I did provide Ms. Oriani a copy of everything on her flash drive. I can instead share it with her by Dropbox if she prefers.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
And if you could, since she indicated right now she doesn't have the ability to open that flash drive, if you could also just show her the picture on your screen.
I feel like this is matters. Oops. I think it's
Yes. I can.
So a subpoena went to her daughter. I have no idea, so I don't know, this is the first time seeing it.
The other one is a photo. Let me see.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
And of the paper that was on your door.
yes.
I request that 10E be admitted, Your Honor. And I did just send a copy of this to Ms. Oriani, but I'm happy to show her a photo as well.
All right, Ms. Ariani, have you received that?
Yes, I just did, Your Honor.
Okay, so now you can access
Now I
it
can
on
look
your
at them.
phone. Okay.
Thank you.
Any objection under the rules of evidence?
And that was H, right?
10E?
10E and 10H. Oh, 10H was already admitted, so 10E. And are those true and accurate representations of the photos you took?
Yes.
And is that the car that was dropping papers off at your house?
Yes.
Can you identify the individual in the photo marked 10D?
Yes.
Who is that? And do you know who's in the passenger seat?
Sarah.
I request that the court admit exhibits 10A through D into evidence.
Any objection under the rules of evidence through to exhibits 10A, 10B, 10C, 10,
No.
10D? All right, those exhibits will be admitted.
Ms. Walsh, how did you interpret this as service, a process?
No.
What reaction did this cause in you?
I was extremely upset, more stressed out, because my daughter was home at the same time.
The two pieces of paper you said had your husband's name and your daughter's name on them.
Yes.
What was your understanding of why those were left?
Intimidation to not be here today, one last ditch effort or revenge. Objection, Your Honor. But again, relevancy on all of this.
And that objection's over.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this the first time that you interpreted conduct of Ms. Oriani's or other people related to her to be directed at causing you not to appear at the hearing today?
No.
When did that first come up?
As soon as she was served, the day after she was served, she posted a picture of my husband on her community wall. She also stated in a video that I only have one option, which is not to show up, because if I don't testify, this would be dropped.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing Ms. Walsh the exhibit that has been marked as Exhibit 8A. What is this?
That's a photo of my husband.
And who wrote the quote on it?
Ms. Oriani.
Do you know when this was posted?
Yes. January 18th.
And did you take this screenshot?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the screenshot that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, I submit Exhibit 8A into evidence.
Ms. Oriani, any objection using the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay, 8A will be admitted.
So looking at this and reading from the quote, it is a photo of your husband, and it says, quote, "I'm looking forward to telling Sean the whole truth and nothing but the truth."
Yes.
Do you know what that was referring to?
It was her threatening me to, in my interpretation of it, that she was threatening me not to show up.
And how many days, do you know the date that Ms. Oriani was served with the paperwork in this case?
January 17th,
And how many days after that was this posted?
the next day.
So I'm gonna go back a little bit and talk about YouTube and the way that it's set up. So what is your current job?
I'm a YouTube creator.
Okay, what does that mean?
I create content regarding true crime.
Is that your full-time job?
Yes.
So can you explain to me the different components of YouTube and the way that a YouTube creator like yourself would interact with viewers or subscribers?
Yes, they can leave comments on public posts or on videos. They can also tag you, which is where they put the @ symbol and the name of your channel and notify you.
Okay. And what impact does it have if you are tagged?
It shows up on your feed.
So it notifies you.
Yes.
Is it akin to sending a direct message to you?
Yes.
Okay. Since January 17th, and Your Honor, I would like the court to take judicial notice of the fact that the affidavit of service in this case does indicate that Ms. Oriani was served on January 17th of 2022.
Let's just see. I have a return of service that was filed with the court on January 25th.
YouTubing into a full-time job.
Probably the more the better, but probably 100,000.
Okay. And how long has this been your full-time job?
2 years.
Okay. So I'm
120,000, a little over 120,000.
okay. How many, based on your personal experience, how many subscribers are necessary to be able to make YouTubing into a full-time job?
Probably the more the better, but probably 100,000.
Okay. And how long has this been your?
This has got to be the craziest shit. You know, to be successful in life, right? You know, to make it, you know, to make this a full-time job, how many subscribers do you think that you need to have? What? Like, how the fuck is that a question? How in the fuck is that a question? And she says 100,000. 100,000. Okay. Wait for this, because this is unfucking believable. She gives her opinion on how you make money, and in order to make money, you have to have 100,000 subscribers. So wait for this though. This is nuts. You know, Mr. Centennial, I was objecting because this is all chopped up. This is off of their shit. I was objecting to shit and they overruled, you know, or and so I just, you know what? I'm going to let it all fly because on the appeal, I'm money, right? Because this is wild, right? So I cannot believe what I'm about to hear next.
Full-time job?
2 years.
Okay. So I'm going to approach you to identify some additional exhibits. I am showing Ms. Walsh what has been marked as exhibits 8B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Oriani.
And what is her screen name at the top?
Truth and Transparency is the name of her channel.
Do you know whether or not that is with Ms. Oriani?
Yes, it is. Because that's her channel and her photo is there next to her name.
And is she also writing about things that you have personal knowledge of?
Yes. Objection, no, there's no dates to any of these posts as well.
I'm about to go through the dates.
Oh, you are? Okay. Where are they? Where's the dates and the timestamps on your fucking photos for the fucking subpoenas?
So, I'm directing,
January 19th.
and then I'm looking at exhibit 8C, where you are tagged at unmasked. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
And then will you read the next part of that? Is that it?
So she says that she is unmasked, by the way.
Ms. Oriani?
No objection.
Okay. The court will then admit exhibits 8B through G into evidence.
So, Ms. Walsh, with these exhibits 8B through G, tell me what you experienced on your end when you are tagged with them.
When I pull up my channel for the day, it notifies me in the feed that comes up in front of you with your notifications. It's essentially, if you were to get a text, it comes through in your feed and it notifies you.
Okay. And does it notify you of the content and who it's from also?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about some other videos that Ms. Oriani made at the time that, or shortly after she was served. Do you recall watching the video on January 19th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall the content of that video?
Could you show it to me?
Yes. I'm approaching with Exhibit A. I'm sorry, Exhibit 2A.
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe what this video is?
I believe the title of that one is Work With Me, and that is her talking about coming to Denver.
After you serve
And,
me. After you serve me.
Ma'am, I had a tough time understanding you.
I'm
Can you
sorry.
repeat that?
You
That's
summoned me.
It's a video that where she's discussing coming to Denver for the temporary restraining order.
Who's she?
Ms. Oriani.
Your Honor, I request permission to play the video for so that I can make sure it's what she remembers taking a clip of.
Well, when's the last time you took a look at that clip?
I would say maybe within the last week, but there's a lot of them.
Okay.
If you can identify this one based on the sort of identifying information and
Yes.
is this a fair and accurate representation of the clip that you made from watching this?
Yes.
video?
Listen to this.
And
Here
this
it
was on
comes.
January 19th.
Yes.
I request permission to play it for the court.
You may.
John for John Mass, like, wasn't he in his case, I remember? Was he in the, can you check your, you paid for it, right? Yeah, you paid for everything, yeah. Yes. Did you guys ever get involved with like Facebook groups and stuff like that? No. Okay, so stuff like that.
No, I didn't. Your Honor, there are two things.
Okay. Everybody loves you on this channel, just want to tell you what people are saying in chat.
I'm gonna play this one more time so that what she's
Okay.
is clear.
Working on my aim.
So what she says in that clip is that she's
Denver, I gotta go to Denver again. Working on my aim.
and just so the record's clear, Ms. Oriani is depicted saying, I have to go to Denver soon, I'm working on my aim, and then fire.
Wait a second. No, bitch. No. I said working on my aim. I didn't say shit about fucking Denver, you lying cunt. Objection.
Your Honor, I request that be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2A.
You a goddamn lie.
Ms. Oriani, any objection?
Fuck out of
I
here.
object to the fact that that clip is out of context due to that it's like a 2-hour live. So it's completely out of context. Why was there a Nerf gun?
Okay, well, that is a valid objection. Why should the court only take this small excerpt?
Cause you a fucking
Your Honor, we'd be
lie.
happy to play the entire video. It's 2 hours long.
Then
Do you
play
have
it.
that for the court?
I think I do have that for the court. And I think that would be not a great use of judicial time or resources. I think it is crystal clear that she's referencing going to Denver, that this is after the protection order was served and that she says she's taking her aim. And so if she wants to play the entire video, I do have it. I'm happy to do that.
No, you don't
All
have
right.
it.
Well, I'm going to allow that clip over the defendant's objection. 2A will be admitted. I do believe that the objection is well taken, but I think it goes more to the weight, not the admissibility of that evidence. And certainly, Ms. Oriani, if you would like the court to consider all 2 hours and would like to use the court's time for that purpose, then you may go ahead and admit that entire tape for consideration.
Thank you.
I'm so polite.
Go ahead, counsel.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention, Ms. Walsh, to January 30th. of 2022. And on January 30th, did you watch a video posted online by Ms. Oriani?
Yes.
And did that video address your husband?
Yes.
Do you recall what it said?
Yes. She had just returned from Denver. She said that she wanted to subpoena my medical records and subpoena my husband as well.
Your Honor, may I approach for purposes of identification?
You may.
I am showing you a video clip that has been marked as Exhibit 6A. From the date you just mentioned, which was January 30th. Is this a true and accurate representation of the video clip that you made from that day?
Yes.
How? She didn't play it yet. How do
Did
you know?
personally make this?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 6A be admitted.
She didn't even play it yet. She didn't even play it yet.
Any objection to 6A?
I don't even know what 6A is.
If you want me to play it first.
Yeah, you fucking should!
Yes, can you put that, please? Thank you.
I have no idea what
So guess what
6A
I'm
is.
doing? Just because. On Wednesday, I'm filing a motion.
Oh, wait. Sorry, it's the wrong one. Okay, wait.
For a change of venue. It's a long shot, but
I'm
okay.
motioning for a change of
Number one, change of venue. And number two, I'm paying money to send out my first 2 subpoenas. And you do understand, when you're subpoenaed, you have to show up. Otherwise, there'll be a warrant out for your arrest.
Get out of here. This is crazy.
First subpoena,
This is in evidence.
Vanessa's husband.
First subpoena, Vanessa's husband. That's legal.
Second subpoena. Vanessa's medical records. With a chance.
Yeah, because she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Who would ever do this? Of course I'm going to subpoena her medical records. Does she have mental illness? Who does this? What the hell? Yeah, of course. We did it. I mean, Jesus. It was a... Yeah, I can't even. There's
And I'm
nothing
serving
illegal about that.
that subpoena at her husband's work.
Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 6A be admitted.
For relevance.
Any objection, Ms. Oriani?
Once again, I object. That's a clip from a probably 6-hour live
Yep.
and taken out of context.
And Your Honor, I respond in the same way, which is it is very clear what she's talking about. She's talking about subpoenas in this case. I do have the full 6-hour clip. I am happy to play it for the court if that is what Ms. Oriani would like.
No, I will rule similarly. We do have a rule of completeness. The court does not have the time nor the resources in this hearing to listen to all 6 hours of that. Ms. Oriani also has access to that same tape and can play what she believes is necessary, and she may do that during her court time. I think everything else really goes to the weight and not the admissibility. So, Ms. Oriani, when you talk about it being taken out of context, you can choose to testify as to what that context
What is
is. You may also, on cross-examination, inquire. So Thank you, Aaron. I'm going to allow that exhibit. So 6A will be admitted.
That proves what? That proves what?
Um,
That I said that I was going to subpoena her husband.
so that was from a 6-hour live video, right?
I believe so.
Did
That is
Ms. Oriani during that 6-hour live video
after you.
mention any reason that the video had been that long?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about that?
She said that she was making the lives long so that my attorneys would have to watch them and it would cost me money.
I'm going to show you what's been
Gave
marked
it to them to
as
watch.
Exhibit 7-2A.
What a psycho!
Did you take this clip?
Yes,
Why would you
And
ever
did you
give this to your attorney?
yes,
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you marked?
yes.
I'm gonna play it now for the court of Missouri.
Wait, I'm curious to know the bill that has cost to this point. With them talking about the hours of footage that they would have to go through. I mean, can you just imagine if Chris Watts's people, I mean, Chris Watts's, his attorneys would have done this. Can you imagine if like Frederick would have done this? Can you just imagine if like Frederick would have done this and was very, what's the word I want to use? Thorough. Can you just imagine that? We wouldn't be here. But all these hours that they're going to put into this investigation.
What is this about?
I'm now playing the related clips of 7-2B through 2D.
What is this?
From the same broadcast.
Do you know if it would be public information to find out what that bill would be at this point? How many hours have been put into, watching? I mean,
Unreal.
I'm just saying, if I was in Mod Squad's position, I would be, on the phone with my attorney saying, I can't have you spend $10,000 on watching footage. If this is going to cost, then I can't go forward with that.
This is the evidence. This is the evidence.
And $10,000 would be right around 30 hours worth of footage. Well, we know I like to talk, and I'm talking a lot right now for a reason.
I can't. Why are you watching me? Why would you ever send this into somebody?
So Ms. Oriani in that clip, or Ms. Walsh in that clip, Ms. Oriani refers to Mod Squad. Who's that?
She's using that in place of my name.
How do you know that?
Because she says it at the beginning of the video, and she also slopes up multiple times through the video and says my name and unmasked.
Well, where was it?
So
That's
now
not what you
showing
just showed.
Exhibit 7.
That is crazy.
I mean, all I know is I'm sitting for attorneys, and there's 6 hours worth of material to go through. Great live, Lana.
Great live, Lana. I just think, Jesus.
This is insane. This is insane.
Insane.
Apparently emojis are good. It's just now. The best is when I hear from Callie, and she's like, "Who are these?"
How is this?
Me, Callie, we're cool. I don't know. I guess you're cool with everybody out now. Thank you. It's a very long live. 6 hours. You're gonna have to go through a lot of material.
Now I'm playing 7 dash.
This is insane. This is insane. This is proving that I'm a stalker.
5 hours and 58 minutes. If I eat one more pickle, it'll be the 6 hours. And that is at least $1,800.
Like, is this not proving that you're stalking me? You're watching me. You're recording me. You are monitoring me. I can't even believe this right now. I'm in court. Like, okay, if she wants to admit this, I mean, how is this?
Your Honor, I submit exhibits 7-2A through D into evidence.
Ms. Oriani, any objection?
No objection.
No objection. I have no idea how that is.
7A,
7-2A.
7-2A, boy, we've got a lot of numbers here. 7-2B, 7-2C, and 7-2D will all be admitted, but counsel, you're gonna need to show the court the relevance of eating a pickle on.
Your Honor, I don't believe that the pickle is the relevant part. I think the fact that following service, Ms. Oriani was endeavoring to cost Ms. Walsh money is part and parcel of the harassing behavior.
What? If she gave you what?
Right, well, that goes to the weight, but not the
She cannot
admissibility.
testify
I think
for
it
Ms.
makes the
Wolf.
threshold of admissibility,
Put
but
her ass on the
it's gonna
stand
need
for
to be
cross-examination.
all stitched together in an argument.
Fuck out of here.
Understood, Your Honor.
It took a damn YouTube. You get the fuck out of here.
Your Honor, one moment, please.
This is great right here. She wants to rest her case. This is her case. This is her case against me. She wants to rest it.
So I want to go back to
She
the
rested.
previous clip we saw regarding a request for your medical records. Was that the only time that following service on the 17th that Ms. Oriani did a live broadcast related to medical records for you or your family?
Insane.
No.
Was there another time that she discussed medical records related to your husband?
Yes.
Okay, and did you take a clip of that?
Yes, I did.
Let me go grab my transcripts here so I can get
Showing
ready
you
for
a clip that is
cross-examination.
marked as
I said wait for the
exhibit
hammer.
7E.
Lord.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the clip being used?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that that was aired or whatever?
I mean, it did.
I'm going to play exhibit 7E.
Has your husband had any
Ugh.
procedures done? Any in the past 10 years, any procedures?
Right.
Would your husband be, well, Scott, would your husband be surprised or shocked if he was asked? They would object to that and they would be overruled. So I'd have to rephrase this question, which would be, husband, fiance, business owner, yeah, have you had any, has he had any surgeries, any procedures done on him in the past 10 years? Mod Squad, is your husband able to get you pregnant? So he hasn't had any procedures that would, you know, that you would be able to get pregnant? Objection, relevancy. Well, this is going in terms of the possible fear that Mazda would have if, you know, she was to be pregnant and then find out that her husband can't possibly be the one to get her pregnant. Would her husband know if she was having an affair that way, if that came out?
All right. So, let me just show you guys a little something here.
I was stressed out because I didn't want any more communication, but I also was nervous about what would happen if I blocked her.
Proceeding, can you
Yes.
tell me, did you view that entire video?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me the context? It felt more escalated to you once your family was involved?
Absolutely.
Acting out sort of a court proceeding, can you
Yes.
tell me, did you view that entire video?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me the context of what she was doing with the objections and things like that based on your having watched it?
She was holding a mock trial for this hearing and going through what she said she was going to ask me and calling me Mod Squad.
Okay, and was that a mocked up cross-examination of you?
Yes.
Okay, do you make your online persona a personal matter?
No.
Do you keep your business and personal life separate online?
Completely.
Do you use your full name online?
No.
Do you use any identifying information about yourself?
No.
And do you identify your husband or your daughter online?
No.
Have you ever inadvertently identified your daughter online?
No, not to my recollection.
At some point, did you inadvertently say your daughter's name and not put it online?
I can't remember the date, but there was a private members only live that I had, and I slipped up and said her name and deleted the live.
So is it fair to say that you take pains to make sure that you do not publish any personal identifying information?
Yes.
Okay. At some point since January 17th, did Ms. Oriani publish identifying information about you online?
Yes.
Do you remember the date of that?
There's been multiple dates.
May I approach you?
You may.
Would it refresh your recollection to see the document that you made? And what identifying information did she share at that time?
My full name, my full legal name, my husband's full name,
You
and
have
my
a
IP
120,000
address.
person channel. My
And
full
what
legal
type of
name.
identifying information
Okay.
is an IP address?
That's my personal,
What?
people that get that can hack you, do pretty much whatever they want with it if they know how.
Is it also linked to a specific zip code?
Yes,
Okay, and in this case, would that be linked to your home zip code?
yes, it's right.
Okay, I'm gonna play for you what has been marked as Exhibit 2B.
Record IP address, got it.
And can you describe what the image is on that video?
It's the bottom portion of a NDA, and it has the IP address on the bottom, and she showed it in public life.
Okay, and did you take this clip?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what happened on the video?
yes,
I request that the court admit Exhibit 2B.
Any objection to 2B?
no, Your Honor.
2B will be admitted.
Your representation of what happened on the video.
Record IP address, got it.
And can you describe what the image is on that video?
It's the bottom portion of a NDA, and it has the IP address on the bottom, and she showed it in public life.
Okay, and did you take this clip?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what happened on the video?
yes,
I request that the court admit Exhibit 2B.
Any objection to 2B?
No, Your Honor.
2B will be admitted.
Your Honor, I want to double check on my work. Was Exhibit 7E admitted?
No, it was not.
Your Honor, I apologize. That was the clip from just a moment ago with the mock trial and the cross-examination with the personal questions, including whether my client had an extramarital affair and a miscarriage, and I request that be admitted as Exhibit 7E.
Ms. Oriani, any objection to 7E?
That's not what the fuck it said at all.
7E is admitted.
Mm.
How about 2B? Do you have any objection to 2B?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 2B is also admitted.
Now I want to direct your attention, Ms. Walsh, to one more clip that I want to show you and then talk about before we request for it to be admitted. I want to direct your attention to January 20th. Did you watch a live show that was someone else's show on January 20th?
Yes.
And whose show was that?
Natasha Cooper's.
Who's that?
What?
She's another YouTube creator.
And at some point, did you see Ms. Walsh comment in the community while you were watching that?
Ms. Oriani did comment.
Okay. And can you provide some information about the discussion and then Ms. Oriani's comment?
They were discussing the service of her TBO, and she was saying that Vanessa Walsh did this to my son, that it traumatized her son, and that Natasha Cooper said that I should have my ass beat, and she agreed.
Okay. I'm going to play this clip.
The intent. But for him to do this and have another man with him, whether he was a legal process server or not, he needs his ass beat. And whoever sent him there needs their ass beat. You don't do this kind of thing intentionally to hurt a child. And that is exactly what they did this for. They did this at this exact time.
So I want to direct your attention on this clip at 29:21. Who's this a photo of in that small circle with the comment at 29:21?
Ms. Oriani?
And is that her screaming?
Yes.
What is that screaming?
Truth and transparency.
And what is her response to the other person saying that whoever did this needs their ass beat?
Vanessa Walsh hired him.
Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 3A be admitted.
Ms. Oriani, any objection under the rules of evidence to 3A?
No objection.
3A will be admitted. Again, it goes to the weight, not the admissibility.
So, Ms. Walsh, we have discussed a number of things today, including tagging you so that it shows up as a message to you, including what occurred last night, including, certainly somewhat, I don't know how to exactly characterize it in a neutral way, but content of certain videos that appear to be aimed at you since Ms. Oriani was served.
Have you ever heard of somebody on direct examination? I mean, what in the actual fuck, Zimmerman? Are you testifying? Because then you should sit in the seat and testify so that you can be cross-examined yourself. But I've never heard of such a fucking thing in my life, okay? She's a fucking partner in this firm. It took two of them to take
Do
me
those
down.
represent the only times that she was either tagging you or directing video content at you?
No.
So if Ms. Oriani is posting video content that is about you or directed at you and doesn't tag you, can you ignore it?
No,
Why not?
because the way that, sorry, I can explain this. The way that the algorithms work on YouTube as well is because she does tag me so much, even though I'm not subscribed to her channel, it still appears in my feed.
So with it still appearing in your feed, you get it automatically when you sign on for your job.
Yes,
And do you also hear about it from other people?
yes.
When Ms. Oriani mentions you in a live, how often do you hear from other people about it?
On average, I could have 20 to 50 people send me that.
So given your current employment as a full-time YouTuber, is it possible for you to avoid Ms. Oriani's comments about it?
Motherfucking who? Facts, not evidence. Get the fuck out of here.
Give me one moment.
Give me a moment.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Is it my turn?
Ms. Zimmerman, do you want to ask your client any questions about what brought her here in the first place?
Your Honor, I believe that the court heard extensive evidence about that. I certainly can backtrack and go through that because Ms.
Well, it's not
Oriani's.
backtracking, counsel, when Ms. Oriani wasn't present the first time.
I understand, Your Honor, Ms. Oriani is in possession of the complaint and stated that she did not plan to testify today, which
What?
causes me to believe that she acknowledges the things in the complaint, but I would, I think you're right, Your Honor, that it will be safer to go through.
It's your case.
So the court did see a lot of the information that Ms. Welsh had earlier on, and so I'm going to start and go over in sort of a quicker fashion. Ms. Welsh, how did you initially come in contact with Ms. Oriani?
I have a question here. She's talking about the court saw a bunch of stuff prior to. Is that admitted in evidence or like exhibits?
It's not admitted into evidence as an exhibit, Ms. Oriani. That first hearing is what's called ex parte.
Yes.
Because Ms. Walsh was the only one present. And so while the court can take judicial notice of the court, whatever is in the court file, and I was the presiding officer, none of that was subject to cross-examination. And so what I'm telling Ms. Zimmerman is that I want it heard again because I want you to have the opportunity to cross-examine. I'm not, as I said at the beginning, I love trials. I love trials. I've 3 decades in the courtroom, and I really believe in cross-examination. And so rather than limit any exposure, especially since I'm dealing with you who is ex parte,
No, I'm pro
I
se.
want to hear it
I'm not
again,
pro se. I'm pro se.
subject to cross-examination and a different
woman
set of
needs to get a fucking new
eyes. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
that's what I was doing there, is letting Ms. Zimmerman know
Exactly, because they're
I
gonna
wanna
have to
hear
talk
more.
about what the fuck she just lied about. Exactly.
So,
This is
Ms.
where I
Welsh,
light
we
her
talked
up.
previously about your job as a YouTuber. And what genre of channel do you have?
True crime.
And is that a large online community?
Yes.
How would you describe the nature of the work that you do in the true crime community?
We research and analyze and then make content. And I also have a discussion group, but make content about cases all over the world.
And are you familiar with Ms. Oriani's channel?
Yes,
And what is the name of her channel?
truth and transparency.
How would you categorize her channel?
She says it's true crime. I would categorize it as drama.
Okay. Is it, does she on her channel purport to place herself under the umbrella of true crime?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you initially come into contact with Ms. Oriani?
I was first made aware of her because I was sent a post, a threatening post that she posted December 31st, 2020.
So December 31st of 2020. And what was that post?
It's a post in a large group where she talks about my channel and me. I go on Facebook, I'm Vanessa, and she's angry in the post and then tags her current location at the bottom as Tessa's house.
Do you recall what she was angry about? Just broadly speaking.
The Chris Watts case.
Had you commented on the Chris Watts case?
Yes.
And had Ms. Oriani also publicly commented on Chris Watts case?
Yes.
Okay.
So, sorry to answer your question fully, I knew her through that and through her online Shazam video.
Okay, so on December 31st of 2020, she posted something saying that she was at your house, which,
Yes,
and she was not in fact at your house.
correct.
Around that time, did you come to the understanding that she had requested information about your home address?
No, I didn't know that until this December.
Get the fuck up out of here. You're so full of fucking shit, man.
At what point did you initially engage with Ms. Oriani?
This is
August 6th, I believe, of this year.
How-
August 6th of this year hasn't happened yet.
Oh, I mean, last year, I'm sorry.
21,
Yes,
2021.
21.
just so everybody knows, this is on a public channel that is that put this out with the blessing of Vanessa Walsh. So she went and picked up the audio disc from our trial and she mailed it overnight to a woman by the name of Andrea Powers. And she got 2 discs of one she kept and one she gave to Andrea Powers and gave it to her and another woman to put this out so that it could get and cycle everywhere. To spread it all around town. Of all of this stuff that she said that I did, that I never did, and she committed perjury, made and created false evidence, so much so that she printed off in some capacity subpoenas and stuffed them in her door and said that I forced people to go to her house and cause third-party harassment to serve her subpoenas. What? Like just wild shit. But then didn't bring the subpoenas and took pictures of them and admitted pictures into evidence. So where I'm getting this from is her putting this out on the internet to then mass produce, which all of you guys have seen in these little fucking chat, all this crazy stuff, people saying I'm a star, all this whacked out shit. And it was Vanessa Walsh that went and picked up this audio disc, mailed it overnight to Andrea Powers, and told them not to play the final 4 minutes because the final 4 minutes, which I'm going to play for you guys here in a second, it is the judge admitting. She's like, I mean, I Googled her. This is what she said. These were her exact words that the judge said. Because my cross-examination's coming up. And I watched this so I can it's like watching film so you can better yourself. She said, quote unquote, okay. She said, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank God there is nothing set the rest of the week. Thank God. That is what I told Mark, is I don't know if this is just karma, if Nicole has been doing stuff to our schedule. I don't know, but thank God I have the week to get caught up and to kind of orient myself. And then, of course, today happened. I knew today was going to be probably a little bit of a shit show. The clerk says, that was bad. The judge says, would you have granted this one? The clerk says, yeah, because she's crazy. The court says, she is. But you know what? The standard, the clerk says, I think it was really close for you. She says, yeah, it was not a slam dunk because this one, of course, feeds off of crazies. Okay. I mean, they're in this crazy, crazy world. So much of what Miss Oriani wanted to say, I didn't give a damn about, you know? The clerk says, yeah, I know. She was just like going on. The court says, yeah, about this person and that person, this person. Sure, if we had a whole week to have a trial, yeah. The court says, and she actually brought those people in, maybe, but no. You know, she had the ability to subpoena relevant people, but instead she wants to bring in husband and child. The clerk says, yeah, what did that have to do? You put them in the complaint. What did that have to do with, the court says, and then didn't serve them timely. And then the night before thinks that's going to work to post something on the door. Yeah, no, it was just service by refusal. It was not service by refusal. That's just harassment. The clerk says, I Googled Miss Crazy. The court says, oh, did ya? What did you find? She's like, seriously, like, I couldn't find, obviously her stuff was all sealed because I couldn't find nothing on her. The court says, there was a civil case, a personal injury case that she filed. The fuck? I've never filed a personal injury case in my motherfucking life. The clerk says, oh, okay. The court says, I think it was like 2006 that I saw. That was it. And there was nothing crazy looking about it. The clerk says, no, but like to Google her name. Did you Google her name? Oh, uh-huh. Yeah. The court says, yeah. The clerk says, you can't find anything but this one and the obsession she has over the Chris Watts case. That is like, the court says, nothing that she posts is credible. I mean, so I watched a video with her drinking a beer and eating a pickle. And, you know, she's always doing her hair. I mean, like, yeah, she's just erratic in her behavior. The clerk says, but yeah, I mean, just listening to just like all like her postings and stuff that pops up with her, it is just all connected. The court says, I can't imagine that the Christopher Watts family ever wanted her to advocate for him. The clerk said, oh my God, if they did, they're just as wackadoo. The court said, right? The clerk said, I mean, yeah. The court said, and I think she's actually an intelligent person. The clerk says, the court says, yeah, everything she knew, she had the gist of what she needed to do. And, you know, her motion for a directed verdict, I mean, that was so good. And then the deputy walks in. This was all caught on a hot mic that she then deleted. The judge then deleted this, hands Vanessa the copy that has the shit. I get the copy that doesn't have the final 4 minutes. But just wait for it.
Sorry. And had Ms. Oriani attempted to engage with you between December 31st of 2020 and August of 2021?
Yes.
How often?
I know of at least 2 times where she asked my employee that she wanted to be on my funeral and to send me a video.
And what did you respond?
I said no.
Why?
I did not want any association with her because of the nature of her Shazam videos.
And what is the nature of the Shazam videos?
She wears a corpse filter and mocks. She plays a deceased Cheyenne Watts and mocks Bella and Cece's death.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Sorry, Bella and Cece Watts.
Yeah, because they're.
So
this is what
I
this
would
is
like the
about.
court to take judicial notice of the fact that the Watts case is a Wells County case originating in Colorado from I think 2018, wherein Chris Watts pled guilty to killing his wife and 2 daughters. And this was a case where he disposed of the bodies of the girls in oil tankers on the Anadarko site. It was a nationally relevant news story and is something that I think
I don't know that it's appropriate for me to take judicial notice of it. Your client has mentioned the case. I don't know why I would need to take judicial notice of the case.
Will you clarify who Bella and Cece are?
The daughters of Shanae and Chris Watts.
Did Chris Watts murder them?
Yes, he did.
Oh my!
So now go back and explain again what the Shazam videos are with that context.
She wears a corpse filter and
I'm sorry, when you say she, who are you?
Ms. Oriani wears a corpse filter over her face, and
What is that?
it's,
Your Honor, I do have the videos if it would help the court. They're profoundly disturbing, which is why I am not playing them.
I guess I'm not even sure how it's relevant.
I don't even know.
I think that watching the videos is not relevant. The only part of it that is relevant is that is the reason that Ms. Walsh was not engaging with Ms. Oriani was because she did not want to be associated with the creator of those videos.
So you could really sum that up by saying that Ms. Oriani has a website that Ms. Walsh finds distasteful or irreputable.
Yes.
Okay,
You're on.
let's move on.
Okay. Why did you then choose to engage with Ms. Oriani when you did?
there was a live on a different channel that was set to, it had an advertisement up with, the advertisement was half my face and Ms. Oriani's face. And it said that they were going to fully dox us, which means publish our personal information on a live,
Why did that cause you concern?
because I am very private and that's not been done, so
What?
I contacted YouTube to stop it.
And so did you reach out to Ms. Oriani or did she reach out to you about that?
I reached out to her to see if she had seen the ad and was able to reach YouTube.
Why would I don't have a big channel.
And then what happened?
YouTube told me it would take 48 hours. The video was set for 24. So I was basically in a panic trying to see how I could get it to not air.
Did you think that by working with Ms. Oriani, you could get it to not air?
Yes.
Will you describe how your interaction with Ms. Oriani progressed after that?
The conversations were friendly. And after that, we spoke about mainly, bullying online, things of that nature, in August. In September, there was one day in particular, I think she sent me 13 messages in a row. I was not responding as much, trying to kind of back off of it. And then I think we spoke again in November.
You think?
And what happened after you spoke in November?
We spoke in November and then towards the end of November, beginning of December, there was a shift that I noticed.
There was a shift
What did you
happened.
notice?
She, despite being friendly in conversations, started having lives. So she'd be friendly to me in a conversation and have a live accusing me of things and being adversary. So
It is a live, are you talking about a live stream?
a live
sort of
broadcast, yeah, like a TV show.
And so what did you do to discontinue communication with her?
First, I tried to talk to her to see if I could control the situation that way and just kind of keep on good terms so nothing would escalate, just be nice.
Fine.
How long was that phone conversation?
On December 2nd, I believe it was 5 hours, and it was right after a live where she had accused me of something and then made one of my employees very uncomfortable, and I contacted her about that.
Is it fair to say that you thought that if you could talk to her, that you could fix the situation?
Wait, did she just say that she had employees? Did she just say the word, she made one of my employees? Did she just say she made one of my employees feel uncomfortable? Did she not? Can, can you guys just remind me? Did she just use the word employees? I'm only playing this part for you so that you can hear my cross examination.
Situation and get her to stop doing it.
Yes.
Did that work?
No.
What did you do next?
It ended up having the opposite effect. And so I blocked her on December 21st.
What do you mean it had the opposite effect?
I felt like the nicer I was and the more I tried to reason with her, the more irrational she became. She basically said that I need to publicly back her and her version of things or else, and tagging me in videos and things. I even asked her to please not do that, not tag me anymore, and she said that she'll do what she wants.
What was she threatening to do if you didn't publicly back her?
I don't know what she meant by it, just, or else come, I don't know what that encompassed at the time.
So how did you feel when you were faced with the choice of either blocking her or just letting everything continue?
I was stressed out because I didn't want any more communication, but I also was nervous about what would happen if I blocked her. But ultimately, I didn't want any more communication, so I chose to block her.
And what happened after that?
I can't
She
believe
got
this.
extremely upset.
I
How do you
can't
know
fucking
that?
believe this.
She had a live broadcast where she was extremely angry about it and even cried. At the
What?
end.
Cry.
And after that live broadcast and her being very upset, did she discontinue communication with you or at you?
No.
What did she do after that since she was blocked?
She went live about me every single day for hours a day, and it just increased in alarming behavior every single day.
So when you say she went live about you, was this about your commentary on the Chris Watts case?
No.
Or was it about you personally?
Me personally.
At some point, did she disclose personal medical information about you?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She disclosed that I had a miscarriage over the summer, and what was so upsetting was she blackmailed me with it first. When I didn't comply, she released it.
So describe that for me.
What?
She was on a video, I believe it was December 29th. That was actually one of the videos that prompted me to get help. Her whole entire demeanor was alarming, the way she was speaking, the way she was acting. The thing she was saying that, all kinds of things about me, and saying that if any of my friends ever spoke about her, or if I didn't, basically because I blocked her, she was going to release medical information on me.
And what were the events that caused you to seek the protection order in this case?
Those events, and then becoming aware that at the same time all this was going on, that she had threatened bodily harm and to come to my house prior to this.
Was it your understanding that she knew where you lived?
Yes, she asked for all my information, address, family members.
And was it your understanding that she had that information?
Yes.
And did that include the photo of your husband?
Yes.
Um,
She also, I'm sorry.
no, please.
During that video, she also stated the biggest thing that pushed me to come was that she said that she had tried to get my attention a year ago by placing a picture of my husband in an advertisement video for the Chris Watts murders. It had no place there. I never saw it, so I didn't know that it happened until this current December.
Have you seen it since then?
Yes.
And do you know when it was reported?
January 5th of 2021.
Would you recognize that video if you saw it?
Yes.
I'm about to tear her up on Cross.
Your Honor, I am approaching to show Ms. Walsh what has been marked as Exhibit 14D. Is this the trailer that was played on January 5th of was it 2020 or 2021?
That would be this past January, so
2021.
yes.
Okay. So it was a year, it was roughly 6 months before you had had any interaction with Ms. Ortiz.
Correct.
Okay. And did you send this video clip?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the video clip that you saw of this trailer?
Yes.
And it was presented on Ms. Ortiz channel?
Yes.
Do I have your attention now? This is what the uneducated want you to see. Yes, the uneducated. Those who are misinformed. You must feel special. Look at, oh, Father's Day. Thank you. My dad is special. Oh, is this fact? Captain Brown? Oh, really? This is more like a soap opera. So funny. That's what I think too. This is what I do. This is what I do. I dissect and I investigate. I investigate the orders. I investigate this case. What does a 35C look like? 4 pages that you fill out? I dare you and encourage you to come take a ride with me.
So Your Honor, I'm pausing this at 2:31. This is a complete trailer. And Ms. Walsh, is this a trailer for like an upcoming episode that
Yes.
Ms. Oriani was doing at the time?
Yes.
So at 2:31, I paused it. There's a photo that seems different than the other photos that were in there. Who's that?
That's my husband.
And I'm gonna stop it now. That photo was displayed from 2:31 to 2:37 for 6 seconds.
Shazam, season 2. But Blair is a puzzle. It's a lunar eclipse, Blair, but it's not a puzzle. It's a lunar eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse, Blair. It's been talking to Christopher for the past 2 years. But who is Christopher? Who is Christopher? Who is anybody in this puzzle? Find out on season 2. Shazam. What a day. But Blair, all broadcasting, all copyrights. Let's just give it to Christopher.
Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 14D be admitted.
Ms. Oriani,
No objections.
all right, 14.
No objection.
And then
I mean, what's
I'm going to play the related Exhibit 15A which is Ms. Oriani's more recent commentary on that trailer.
And we'll have an opportunity to follow up.
We've sort of discussed the trajectory of the relationship.
Absolutely.
And is that part of the reason that you saw the protection?
That and because of what I was shown about her prior threats.
Are those threats directed at you?
Yes,
And were other people shared with you information tending to show that Ms. Oriani has threatened you
yes,
with physical harm?
yes.
I don't have anything else here. Thank you.
Ms. Walsh, I'm going to ask you a few questions now. And the reason that I'm cutting in front of Ms. Oriani is I want Ms. Oriani to have the opportunity to then follow up on my questions. And then, of course, Ms. Zimmerman will have an opportunity to follow up as well. What piece of evidence would you direct me to where you felt there was a threat of
I guess
harm?
here I go.
to you?
I have proof of it. I have a screenshot where she says she's gonna come to my house and quote, fuck up my face.
That's the first I've heard of that.
Your Honor, we do have that. It is from a different person. It is a text string between Ms. Oriani and a different person that was forwarded to Ms. Walsh. And so there are admissibility issues, although I would be happy to admit it as it relates to the effect on the listener and not for the truth of the matter asserted. If the court would be interested in seeing.
No, I'm really interested in just the bare bones here. What were you fearful that Ms. Oriani was going to do?
Come to my home and continue to put out information on my family members, including my children.
Okay, well, let me ask you then a rather rhetorical question. How are you different as a blogger or as a researcher for your blog than the celebrities in Hollywood?
I'm definitely not viewed as much as they are.
Okay, so that goes to the amount of fame, okay? But going to Hollywood, they have the tours of the celebrity homes, okay, where celebrities who don't want their public want their addresses made public, and now they have a tour bus driving by their home. How are you different?
Because I've kept my personal information private. There's not that much interest in me. It's all out there now, but it wasn't before.
So you don't consider yourself a public figure?
I wouldn't say a huge one, maybe a small public figure. And I'm not necessarily afraid that she's going to just drive by my house after I saw the threats as well, that she quotes that she wanted to fuck up my face twice, and she said.
Okay, well, that's not in evidence. So
Okay,
based on what your attorney admitted, what do you believe I should be looking at?
the sheer amount, that's just a small sampling of what has gone on. And the fact that even with the TPO, instead of backing off or following the court's order, she escalated it even further than before.
Oh, yeah, right. But there's two prongs here, and what I'm looking for is prong number one. Okay, so back to the whole reason for the protection order in the first place, okay? Did this cause you emotional harm?
Yes,
How so?
it's caused me anxiety. I've had to go on blood pressure medication, had to increase anti-anxiety meds. I've been unable to work. I spend all my time now trying to see what threats are out there and what's being said instead of putting out content, therefore not making any money.
Okay, well, that's gonna be my next question. How about just don't turn on that channel? Or I think it's called a channel, right? The YouTube channel. Why not just don't turn it on?
I don't actually sub to her channel, which is, so how it works is when I pull up my channel every day for work,
Then where'd you get
you'll
all this
see that
evidence
there's
from? You
notifications
said you fucking
and
recorded the shit.
it shows me that anyway, and they're sent to me because people are worried about me as well.
All right. Those were my questions. All right, Ms. Oriani, you are going to have an opportunity for cross-examination. Now, you seem well enough versed that I'm going to allow you to just cross-examine yourself as long as the questions aren't argumentative and aren't testimony. Okay,
Like
so
her fucking attorney did the whole fucking time. Not a problem here. Not a fucking problem. Let's go to, here we go.
relevance. So let's go ahead and get started. Ms. Oriani, it is your turn. So, you've got all your paperwork right there. Go ahead and just stay where you are. I'm not going to have you go to the podium because you're all nicely spread out. And you may begin. Like I said, if there's an objection to your form of the question, I will try to help reword your question to make it appropriate. But let's go ahead and just start off with you doing your own question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh, what was the name of your channel before it was unmasked?
Objection, relevance. Is that relevant?
Because at her being a public figure when she first started, she wasn't unmasked, she changed the name.
It's not relevant for the protection order. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Ms. Walsh, in your TPO paperwork, you mentioned that your daughter was scared to come to the door because you showed her a photograph of me. Is that correct?
Yes.
What photograph did you show her?
Objection, relevance.
I never sent her any photographs.
No, you need to just be quiet while I think about what that objection is. And I'm going to overrule that objection. I do think that it's relevant. It was one of the reasons that I considered in granting the temporary order.
So then why would you ever say that? Why would I subpoena the child and the husband? So you overrule because I'm asking about the child being shown a picture of me and that she's in fear and she's instilling fear in her own daughter. So that's why I subpoenaed her, the people that she put in the complaint. Okay. So you overrule it here and you said that it's important, but it wasn't important enough that you quashed a fucking subpoena. You quashed my subpoena. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That makes no sense.
Protection.
I showed her a picture of you from your channel.
Which picture?
One of your lives.
Ms. Walsh, did you find any police reports on Ms. Oriani prior to filing a TPO?
Objection, relevance. I'm going to allow the question. It's certainly not a requirement, but Ms. Oriani is entitled to explore the circumstances surrounding the TPO.
No, I did not.
Why not, Ms. Walsh?
So I was hoping that I could get a temporary restraining order.
Did you include your minor daughter in your temporary restraining order?
No.
So you're in fear for your life, but you don't call the police. But people come to your home, Miss Walsh, and serve you with subpoenas, and you call the police? Miss Walsh, in your direct examination, you were asked what time did you serve, or I'm sorry, did people come to your house? Do you recall being asked questions about the time frame? Yes, I do. Okay. Well, in case you don't, I'm going to have Susie Q here run back to page 22 of the transcripts. And Miss Zimmerman asks you, so Miss Oriani, excuse me, Miss Walsh, I'm showing you what has been marked Exhibit 10, A, B, C, and D. Can you describe to me what those are? And you say pictures of Miss Abeda's vehicle driving to my home. Do you recall that line of questioning? Okay. Then she asks you, when did you take those pictures? And do you recall what you said, a couple hours ago? You want to take a look? Go ahead. Okay. You said it was around 4 p.m. yesterday. Do you recall that? So when did you take those pictures? It was around 4 p.m. yesterday. Okay. And then she says, are those true and accurate representation of the photos that you took? Okay. But you didn't bring those photos here today, did you? Why? Because the photos of the picture of the subpoenas that you took, they don't have watermarks, do they? Where are they? Where are the subpoenas at? Why would you not bring the physical subpoenas that were served to you? Now you said 4 o'clock, right? Is that what it says here? 4 o'clock. Okay. And you identified Miss Abeda's car. Is that correct? How did you know that was Miss Abeda's car? Do you recall when your lawyer asked you so politely what you did immediately after Miss Abeda and Miss King left your home? Do you recall that? Okay. Yep, I called the police. Yes. Is that what it says here? I just want you to go ahead and read it word for word, just so that I can just make sure that I heard you correctly. I think you said, let's see. Yep, right here. She said, did at some point you open your door and see what was there? And you said, yes. And what was it? And you said, the subpoenas for my husband and minor daughter. And that's when you identified the car. And then she says here on page 14, she says, and what did you do next? Do you recall that? Okay. And you said, my daughter was home. She was upset. So I called the police. Do you recall that? Okay. So just so that I'm clear, Miss Walsh, you testified that you took the pictures at 4 p.m., right? Yes. And you testified that the driver was Jamie Abeda. It was a dark blue BMW, an X5, you thought? And what did you do next? And you said, my daughter was home. She was upset. So I called the police. Isn't that correct? Okay. I'm just making sure that I have all of that. So I don't know if you're familiar with law enforcement, but law enforcement has, when you called the police, I'm assuming, did you use your cell phone? Or I don't know if you have a landline. So you use your cellular device. Okay, perfect. So you called the police, and did you call 911? You guys didn't really get into that. So, okay. So I would say we should expect a phone call between 4:15, give or take, just because of, approximately 4. So it could be a couple minutes before 4. It could have been a couple minutes after. So would you say you would have called the police then between 4 and 4:15, 4 and 4:30? Like, what do you think? Okay. Would it surprise you if I told you that the 911 call was at 6:27 p.m.? Would that surprise you? So 2.5 hours later. Okay. Now, I was objecting left and right to the exhibits that y'all were doing. And I was objecting because there was no timestamps on anything. But more importantly, I was really kind of wondering, where are these subpoenas? Where are these subpoenas? But we'll get back to this question. Would it surprise you that, here you go. Here are the CAD notes. You know what CAD notes are? Would it surprise you that you called the police at 6:27 p.m.? Will that surprise you? Okay. So 2.5 hours later, you called the police. So you didn't call them right away. Okay. So you waited 2.5 hours to call the police. So then you didn't call them right away. But you know what sucks, guys? Is I didn't have the CAD notes. I didn't have the CAD notes when I had this him-ho in the chair. Because I could not believe my own ears. Okay. But now I do have the CAD notes. And here are the CAD notes. And you called the police at 6:27 p.m. Isn't that correct, Miss Walsh? Not at 4 or 4:15. So you lied. You're mistaken? Okay. You said your daughter was home. She's scared. You called the police. Well, Miss Walsh, why would you call your lawyer before you would call the police if your daughter is scared? Where's your lawyer live? Did she come on over? Are you aware that you called your lawyer first and that your lawyer is the one that told you to call the police? Now, let me ask you a question, Miss Walsh. Do you recall that? Do you want me to play the body cam footage that I have where you're announcing that to your police officer that you said, these are fake subpoenas and I called my lawyer and then she told me to call you. So what time did you call your attorney, Miss Walsh? That's not protected information. Your call logs, that's not protected. The communication that you have with your attorney, that's protected. You calling your attorney, that's not protected. What time, Miss Walsh, did you call your attorney? Moving on. So, Miss Walsh, you had how much time between the action and, so you said 4 o'clock, you took those photos, right? You wait 2.5 hours till 6:30 to call the police. What were you doing for 2.5 hours? How long were you on the phone with your lawyer? Did you use your printer? Did you go to Staples? Isn't it true, Miss Walsh, that you printed off those subpoenas yourself and you put them in your door after Jamie Abeda and Sarah King left? And isn't it true that that's why you didn't bring the subpoenas here today? Because they're not watermarked? But see, what's unfortunate is I didn't have this information because they lied. Moving on.
not, Ms. Walsh?
For her privacy and protection.
Who else do you live with, Ms. Walsh?
Objection, relevance.
What's
And
the need?
I'll be open, I just want to add to my objection. My concern is that Ms. Oriani is inappropriately using this cross-examination to gather additional personal information about Ms. Walsh that really doesn't have to do.
Sure. Well, attorneys call those fishing expeditions, and they do them all the time. So, Ms. Oriani, what's the need?
I'm curious to know if she showed my picture to other members of her family. Why she showed my picture in the first place.
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay. Did you ever?
How could that not be relevant? How could not showing my picture to other people, if you are so in fucking fear of me, not be relevant enough? Do you have other people? Do you have other people that live with you? Did you share my photo with them? Do you only have concern for your... All right. So you testified to a what is it called? A trailer that you said you saw. And at the first time that you saw this trailer was December 20th. Did you recall saying that in your direct examination? That's the first time you ever saw that, Miss Walsh? December 20th of 2021. Is that what you said? Yes, that's when I saw it the first time. That's what I said. So would it surprise you, Miss Walsh, if I actually showed you evidence that you saw the trailer August 18th, 2021, 6 months prior to that date? Would that surprise you? Or are you just lying again? Do you want me to show it to you? So that trailer that you testified to that said that it was about you. So Shazam is about you. Are you Shazam? I'm really trying to understand this. Do I have your attention now? You think that I was talking to you? Is that what you're trying to tell the court today? Is that trailer was about you? You said and you testified that this was from a trailer that I made in January of 2021. Isn't that correct? And you never saw it. Is that correct? Yep, never saw it. You testified, though, that I put it out on my YouTube channel. Is that correct? Well, I didn't have a YouTube channel until March of 2021. So how could I have put that out on my YouTube channel? I didn't have one. Also, you were given this trailer on August 15th, 2021, prior to you actually seeing it on Natasha Cooper's channel on August 18th, 2021. Isn't that correct? So you've seen this trailer 6 months. Did you go to the police in August and ask for a TPO? No, and in fact, you reached out to me in August of 2021. Isn't that correct? Wanting help because you said that there was people after you and you wanted big old bad Lana to protect you. Isn't that correct? Well, how can I possibly, I only had 3,000 subscribers. You had 120,000 subscribers. You have a personal one-on-one representative to represent your channel that you could go to. Did you go to them? So you didn't call the police, like you said. You waited 2.5 hours. So you lied. That's perjury. You went to the courts and told them that you came and got a protection order because I threatened your family and put your husband in a trailer of mine. But me and you had a long discussion about that in August. Isn't that true? Do you want to see our text message exchanges? Will that remind you of the perjury you're committing right now? Now, I mean, there's a lot of bullshit that you just testified to. I mean, I can't even honestly like begin to even, I should just probably just go from the beginning and everything that you said, just debunk you. But isn't it true that you just came here to shut me up, try to impede on my First Amendment rights? You didn't want me to talk about you anymore? You look pretty crazy, don't you?
Her contact Ms. Oriani to tell her to leave you alone.
I blocked you
When did you block me?
December 21st.
Is that an evidence?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm objecting to that.
Yeah, Ms. Oriani, the record stands.
Your Honor, just a
Is
point of
that an evidence?
clarification. When Ms. Oriani says Ms. Oriani, I'm not sure if it's clear if she's referring to herself in the third person or if she's referring to a different person. I just want to make sure that the record is clear.
I only know of one Ms. Oriani that has been mentioned in this, so I'm certainly taking that as the defendant herself. And you know the difficulties when you're asking your own questions as a pro se party. How do you refer to yourself? Do you use the first person? Do you use the third person? I don't find that confusing. So Ms. Oriani, you may continue.
Ms. Walsh, you stated that in your TPO, that I do believe when she comes to Denver, she will come to my home. I've had to show my daughter a picture of her in case she comes here, which has caused her unnecessary stress. She's afraid to answer the door. Why would showing your daughter a picture of me cause her unnecessary stress?
Because of the nature of why I had to show her the picture.
So did you explain to your daughter why?
Yes.
And what did you explain to your daughter?
I explained as well as I could the situation, that she was not, if she saw you, she was not to open the door because there was something going on between me and you.
What?
I showed her your picture. I explained that you were making threatening comments about me online. I wanted her to understand that I was serious not to open the door if she saw you.
Ms. Walsh, you remember on August 6th when you reached out to me and made contact with me, August 6, 2021?
Yes.
And you mentioned that another creator made a Facebook or YouTube live and had our names and pictures.
Yes.
Who was that?
Mandy C.
Do you know what her real name is?
Objection, relevance.
What?
Sustained.
Did Mandy C threaten your children and you?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, why did you reach out to me on August 6th for help?
Because of the advertisement I saw for that video.
But why would you reach out to me for help?
Because both of us were on the advertisements and detox.
But you can't stand me and wanted nothing to do with me in your testimony earlier.
I didn't want association with you as far as my brand, but that was a different type of situation.
Isn't it true that Mandy C is known as Ms. Bowden, has a criminal history in the federal correction system?
Objection, relevance, and lack of foundation, and asking for hearsay.
Sustained for all those reasons.
Ms. Walsh, are you aware that your attorney filed a emergency quash order, a motion?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
What the? Why is that relevant?
Ms. Walsh, are you aware that your attorney said that your daughter had no inkling about this case?
Objection, no.
That's impeachment!
Your Honor, she just stated that she told her daughter about this case.
You're asking her to comment on something that another party said. So you're gonna need to lay more
I
foundation.
fucking laid it
and
when I
show why
said you know
would
that
be
she fucking
relevant.
gave it to her, that she fucking filed it. You fucking liar. Bunch of horse shit. Look at, they have to cut it all out because I nail it here, and I'll fucking do it because they won't, because they paused it. So, okay. There was no pause in this. Fucking lies. I just said it. So I'll repeat it.
Ms. Walsh, how many people are employed at Unmasked?
Objection, relevance.
I need to hear a little more about that, Ms. Oriani.
When we @ Unmasked, it's not just referring to.
I'm gonna object to Ms. Oriani.
It is not client attorney privilege for me to ask her if she read a motion that her attorney filed. That's not client attorney privilege. Miss Walsh, did you read the document, the motion that your attorney filed for a quash subpoena? Did you read the document? That is not client attorney privilege. That is 100 an admissible question. And the answer would be yes or no. And I would hope to God you would read a fucking motion that your attorney filed for on your behalf. And then they say objection, relevance. What are you talking about? What? Sorry, guys, that was on my end. This thing just kicks you off whenever it wants.
I'm testifying in this context.
All right, Ms. Oriani, are you laying more of the foundation?
What do you think?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm trying to explain that Unmasked is run not just by Ms. Walsh. And I have,
No. That's.
Yeah. No. Oh, wait, so I can't say a word, but she can fucking sit there and talk about whatever the fuck she wants. This is crazy. This was, I mean, talk about getting hosed up in this motherfucker. Yo. The Truth Break YouTube, the judge, well, she's... No, you guys, this is just absurd. The line of questioning was this. I was impeaching her, okay, with her own fucking material, all right? You just sat here and you told me that you gave your daughter a speech about me and showed her a picture. And then I said, did you read the motion that your attorneys filed for you? And immediately they said, objection. Well, of course you're going to object to it because you know what you wrote in the motion, which was Miss Walsh's minor child has no idea what is going on. And I caught y'all. And it just like, no, she was taking me seriously. She knew, I mean, she's the citizen of Broomfield, not me. You think she's gonna have my back? Fuck no. Okay. I get it. I was on you know, anybody that wants to sit here and say, Lana, oh my God, you made such a fool out of yourself. The fuck I did. This is the first time I've ever been in a courtroom. Okay. And to ever talk about a damn thing in my life. Okay. And I'm just sitting over there like, all right. And I'm like, you just said that you issued a temporary restraining order on an out-of-state fucking person. I've never met this broad in my life. And I hope that none of you guys, I want you guys to all learn from this. You know, when people blow up your DMs, I'm telling you, block them. Block people that blow you up because they crazy. They crazy. You guys, I can't make this shit up. This is what I was in court for. And she fucking won. So that's why I'm suing her. I'm suing her and her fucking little midget boyfriend and their whole fucking squad because they contacted all my Fight for a families. They contacted people I work with. They contacted every single person that you could possibly imagine. And I have all the proof. But this was a must for me to get out to the world because this is crazy. But it's real. It's real. And it happened to me. And it's still happening to me. And I'm over here literally busting ass, tearing up the IDAHO4 case like you couldn't imagine, right? And I got this bimbo's boyfriend telling me he's coming to Idaho and he's going to shoot me. This woman has been lying her fucking ass off. She's using all these minions. She's coming for you guys. She's tagging everybody that comments in my live chat. And she's using all these idiots. And it's like, no, I'm speaking up on this because she's over here legit. What lawyer in their right mind would ever defend anything like this and then go to the lengths to say, okay, yeah, she's violating the TPO, so I would have put her in jail because she tried to poison your dog. What the fuck are you talking about? I wrote you an email from Ohio on July 1st, and you think I got to Colorado and poisoned this broad's dog on July 2nd? What are you talking about? That's insanity. Y'all are crazy in Colorado. I don't know what you guys eat and drink, but it's not normal shit. Any lawyer, okay, that would represent this unbelievable bullshit, how do I not think that you're part of the misconduct? Okay, when you know that your client is so check this out. I wrote my motion and I was like, she filed the contempt citation and she put in the CAD notes. So she knew that her client then called the police at 6:27 p.m., not at 4 o'clock like she testified to. Just like how she testified that she called the police right away. Or in the body cam, she tells the officer that she called her lawyer first. So you know all of this as an attorney prior to me ever knowing it or anybody because she called you and you told her to call the police. So that means when you questioned her on the stand, you knew she was committing perjury when you asked her what she'd do first. And she says, I called the police. You knew damn fucking well she didn't call the police because she called your fucking ass. So why would you think that you can put that shit as evidence in your attempt to get a mother arrested for a lie for your bimbo client? Who the fuck do you think you are? Because you ain't above me. I owned your ass in Denver and I will own your ass in Ohio. So I hope the Supreme Court lets you fucking be the lawyer for the Ohio case. I don't play that shit. You've defamed the fuck out of me. And you've caused a lot of hurt to a lot of people. So we'll see where it goes. But any lawyer that would ever defend and represent somebody like this, I have zero respect for. Because guess what? I supplied her with all of the evidence to say your client lied about everything. Here's this, here's this, here's this, here. I gave it all to her. I said, what are we going to do about this? Oh, Miss Oriani, we're about to put you in contempt.
Ms. Walsh, how many people are employed at Unmasked?
Objection to relevance. I need to hear a little more about that, Ms. Oriani.
When we at symbol Unmasked, it's not just referring to.
I'm going to object to Ms. Oriani testifying in this context.
I'm asking her a question.
Ms. Oriani, are you laying more of the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm trying to explain that Unmasked is run not just by Ms. Walsh. And I have.
No. That's, you need to do that through questioning. But if you're telling me that you are laying a further foundation for an explanation as to something that is relevant, for instance, something that you are seeing in her application, then I'm going to allow you to delve a little farther before I make a ruling on it, okay? So if you're telling me that's foundation, I'm going to allow it for that purpose and that purpose only. Go ahead.
So again, Ms. Walsh, how many people are employed with Unmasked?
0.
Do you have any volunteers?
Yes.
How many?
In which capacity?
I'm objecting against relevance. There is no relevance to the current number of volunteers who work for Ms. Walsh. Why would that be relevant, Ms. Oriani? How many volunteers? Volunteers come and go.
Because these volunteers were the ones that were instructed under Ms. Walsh to do things.
Well, then I think you can ask a question.
I just asked a question.
Ms.
How many
Walsh
does
was
she
one of
have?
your volunteers instructed to do X, Y, and Z.
There you go, Ms. Walsh. Do you know Christine Marie?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She used to be my editor.
You guys know that this is from like a year ago, right? This is all from a year ago, right? So I just don't want you guys to, you need help from a good lawyer. Stop, you know, and no, it's all, I'm repping myself. So I'm just showing you guys what happened a year ago. And because of all of this, I started a civil action here in Ohio to take all of this to court for all of their stuff. So if you guys go to my community page, you will see when I talk about the IDAHO4 case, when I talk about Davon Cox, I just think it's important for you to understand all of my cases And the other one that I am involved with is my own case. Because it's important. Obviously, it's my life. All of this stuff that has happened by all these people coming for me, you would think it's just like, this is like crazy. Like, this is, yeah, like log off, don't like block people, all this stuff. That's what normal people do. That's what normal people do. What they're doing is they've called the FBI on me. The FBI, who the fuck? For what? They've literally made fake evidence. It's like you can't make this up. But to the point that they, in 2021 in August, a woman by the name of Kimberly Kaufman reached out to my ex to try to help take my child away. So it is important. The FBI, yeah. Can you believe that? Anyways, it is fraud upon the court. It is. So just please, 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 please protect yourselves out here. Be kind to people. When people try to get you into any type of environment that is 100 menacing, bullying, not kind, okay? Walk away. If it means that you don't watch any of the stuff on YouTube or watch it incognito, I will show you guys how to do that. But these people are coming for people that watch my channel, and that's not okay. So I want you guys to know why. And that's why I showed you guys tonight. So I'm trying to help families, and I'm good at what I do. And I think there's so many people here that are good people. And I just want you guys to know that I appreciate you guys. And it is what it is. I'll always be true. Well, because people can tell me not to speak because they know it. They just, I don't have to say anything. I'm saying things because I see people around me getting attacked, and I care about those people. So, Heather, thank you for sharing with us, Lana. You are so brave, beautiful, and talented. The truth will prevail, and we will pop bottles soon. Yeah, I believe all that's happening. But this is where this all stemmed from. This all stemmed from the Unmasked True Crime brand. And their behind the scenes bullshit. And I brought it to light. I let people have a place to speak on my channel back in the day because I was being supportive of them and what they'd been through. So the cream always rises to the top. Oh, I know nobody cares about what they say or think. I don't care about what they say or think, but this isn't about what people are saying and thinking. This is about what people are doing. Okay, this is that whole model. Like, I don't care. You can call me any name you want in the book. All right, but they went as far as to say that I put a hit out. A hit. A hit. So, oh yeah, it's my upbringing is great. I just want you guys to be safe. Be safe. Yeah, this is stalking 100%. And when people try to tag you and stuff and things like that, I would just block the people that try to do that to you. Because that is a form of contact. That's what the courts see it as. So when you hashtag and you at symbol somebody, when you do that, it's a form of contact. Just so you guys know, that's what the courts see it as. So, yeah, it's defunct. They don't have, there's no channel there anymore. I mean, it's still out there, but there's no, it's insane. But I never check my mentions on YouTube. Yeah, it's considered, if they at symbol you, it's considered they are directly talking to you. That is the truth. That's the way that the courts see it. So, sing the song there, Gina. Sing the song. This is the whole thing, though, Jamie. What if you can't afford a good lawyer? What if you can't afford one? And that's when I started Fight for a Family, because there are people out there that, you have all the evidence, you're innocent, but you can't afford a good attorney, right? So then what happens to you? What happens to you? Oh, I'm strong as fuck. I'll always stay strong, but I found you because of the crazy saying. I found you because of the crazy saying bad things about you. I know, right? I don't want people to be doing what these people have done. There's no place for it here. But what happened with this whole thing, it stems from the people that they are. But check my community page out. I sat back, and for a year I collected and printed off. I can't even tell you how many pages to put all of it together, and so that I could win my case. And I'm going to win my case. So, but all of you guys that are IDAHO4 fans, and I say only that because not that you're a fan of what happened, it's that you're following the case. So IDAHO4 followers, I just couldn't possibly imagine being accused of something that I didn't do on the level of murder. So that's why I think it's important for people to consider the sources, consider the evidence, consider what you're hearing before you form a judgment. It's important because that's the way the United States of America is supposed to work. So, I will go up against anybody in the world with the talents I have any day of the week. You give me a case, you give somebody else a case, and you give us a discovery, but I can't help people if all this shit's going on. So that's hard. But thank you guys for listening. Thank you for being here. And if you see negative stuff out there, just ignore it. Be better. Rise above. And then just speak the truth. Attack the argument, not the person. Somebody does something, attack the argument, not the person. My case is still going on. I took them to court. I lost, and then they deleted the final 4 minutes, so I never got that copy of it. And I tried to get Colorado. The magistrate won't even. I tried to get Colorado to pursue charges for obstruction of justice, tampering with the official court record. Yeah. So then I said, well, then you're impeding on my civil liberties because you're trying to, like, they're calling ABC, NBC, CNN, News Nation, you name it. I know my case better than anybody. And for the past year, I basically put myself through law school. That's how I feel. So I'm going to go ahead and rep myself. I'm really confident. So, and if I lose, I lose, but I don't think I will. You'd be amazed at what you're capable of. And besides, it's in Ohio. Works a lot differently here. Jesus Christ, they're attacking you like Selena Gomez. You know, I mean, no one will represent you better than you. That's how I feel. I know my case better than anybody. I have the evidence, and I can prove all of the tortoise acts. So they fought really hard for me not to have personal jurisdiction. That should tell you how scared they are. The Innocence Project works with the criminal law mostly. I'm fine. I'm not concerned. I'm concerned for some of you guys out there though, because I don't want you guys to be attacked. And I saw it starting to happen. And I have to be true to myself, and how I'm true to myself is by telling you guys what's going on. Otherwise, then I wouldn't be being true to myself or any of you guys. And that's just not how I am. So it is what it is. And it's been hell, but I'm a fighter, I'm a warrior. It's going to take more than perjury to keep me down. And now they're all losing their shit because they don't have my mod chat anymore. So there's that. Are you concerned I'll get attacked? I call her eyebrows dead spent. That's funny to me. I think that you are who you keep. You know, you are whoever your friends are. That's my mom and dad taught me that at a young age. The friends you keep are a reflection of you. So, girl, you kept the crowd for 4 hours. You rock. I know, right? Thanks, Brooke. Appreciate that. No, I saw some stuff I didn't like. I saw a bunch of you guys getting tagged in this bullshit with that crazy lady from Checkmate Humanity, who, by the way, she has my record wrong. I beat her in California, so she needs to give me another win. And if you want to call this a loss, then you can call it a loss. But it's my life. It's not a game, honey. And I'm just so sorry that your life is that pathetic that you eat shit and breathe me. So, but I just saw a bunch of you guys getting tagged, and I don't want to see that because it's a form of harassment. And then you don't need it. It's not fair. So when it happens, just block them. Block that account. So. Well, then I guess you're going to see one of the first cases ever won being pro se. Because I don't believe that for a second. I subscribed for the Idaho 4 case, and I stayed for all of Lana's content. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's pretty good content. I just feel like if you're going to know a creator and you're going to spend time over here on a channel, you know, and then make your judgment off of that. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. And please, I'm not telling you guys this to do anything with it other than just to have the knowledge. Knowledge is power. Okay. Information is power. Always remember that. And it's for you guys to know. It's not for you guys to go after anybody. So that's not, please don't do that. Just be on the up and up. How many paralegals are in here? There's a couple in here, and Maple Beef can attest to it. I've nailed all my motions so far. So knowledge is power. I learned that from you. So Maple Beef's a paralegal. Maple Beef, how are my motions? Are they all right? Good job. As far as the Idaho 4 case goes, guys, it's going to be a lot of moving parts from here on out. A lot of moving parts. I can tell you what, if I was a student there, I would transfer. I don't think it's going to be possible for kids to have any normalcy the next couple years. So I know that sounds crazy, but I would transfer. So yeah, girl, fucking amazing. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Brooke. Report it and then block the account. And when you block the account, you guys, you can't see what they're writing. They can't see what you're writing, you know. Yep. The Queen of Hearts always has an ace up her sleeve. Yeah. You guys, this would never fly in Ohio. Okay? This would never fly in Ohio. And it didn't fly in Ohio. You know, I have a protection order out on that crazy woman from Texas, that Lala channel. I mean, this shit. So I hired Jane Fisher to represent me in Colorado. And the next thing I know, she's calling Jane Fisher's firm and getting them not to represent me and making up a bunch of crap. And I was just like, they didn't want the problems. They didn't want the trouble. It's just fucking nuts. But all of that comes into play for all my civil stuff. So, there you go. Welcome. All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the hay, but be back up with me 10 a.m. I got all this new stuff on the Idaho 4 case, so I've been working on it for the past couple days. So, you guys take care. Mwah. Yep, it's gonna be in Ohio. Subject matter jurisdiction, and I got personal jurisdiction. So, thank you. Take care, guys. Bye bye.